Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Kyle Shreve. I'm the Council's Executive Director, and I want to welcome you to our first ever virtual annual meeting. I know this isn't the way many of us would like to gather, but I hope you enjoy our different format this year. We have an excellent program, and we thank you for your continued support for the Council. You can follow along with the day's schedule in the program linked in the email you received this morning, and it is also posted in the chat box. I would especially like to thank our sponsors listed in the program for contributing to this event. Without your continued support, the Council cannot continue to have events like this one and serve you as your representatives both at the federal and state level. We put together a great program for you today. I know you'll enjoy it, and we're going to dive right in with our first speaker of the morning. So it's my honor to introduce our first speaker here of the morning. In April 2018, Governor Northam appointed Dr. Jewel Bernal as the 16th Commissioner of Agriculture of the Virginia Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Dr. Bernal most recently served as the Executive Director of the Center of Agricultural Research, Engagement, and Outreach at Virginia State University. And prior to that, she served as the Virginia State Executive Director for the USDA Farm Service Agency, where she was appointed by Governor Terry McAuliffe and U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack in July of 2015. She's the first African-American female in the nation to serve in this capacity. And in spring of 2019, she launched the Farmer Stress Task Force, organized in partnership with agricultural and health-related agencies, of which the Council is one, to raise awareness and coordinate resources to address farmer stress and mental health. She's going to talk about that and a whole other host of issues. As you know, members of this council, we do an awful lot of work with VDACS and appreciate all the work that her and her team do to benefit the industry. And so I'll introduce Dr. Bernal for some opening remarks.
Well, good morning, Kyle, and good morning to all the members of the Virginia Agribusiness Council. I want to say thank you for allowing me some time to join you all today. I want to thank Kyle for his constant leadership, and I want to thank all of the members for all that you do in terms of legislative and policy support on behalf of agriculture and all the industries that you represent, and for your partnership with VDACS. I also want to personally thank you all for your support of me in my role in leadership, and that has been a constant throughout several different parts of my career. So I really appreciate you all. And thanks for letting me have some time to spend with you all today. And Kyle had asked me to come and talk about a few things that may be of interest to you all. And I thought maybe I would hit on some of the ways that we have addressed some of the challenges that we've experienced throughout COVID-19 and our wonderful year of 2020. You know, for you all as agribusiness leaders, as farmers, you know, you get up, you put your boots on, and you go out and you make it happen. And I would say all of us who work for agriculture, we put our boots on in different ways, but we all try to make it happen. And, you know, the constant perspective that you all have on always trying to make sure things work is something that is to be respected. And all of our agricultural industries have been affected this year and in years before. You look at the fact that this year, as a result of COVID-19, you've had grocery spending increase significantly, but then you had a significant loss of restaurants, the restaurant industry, that really have hit agricultural producers very hard. School closures that led to a reduced demand for milk. And early on in 2020, you saw some examples of milk dumping. And you saw a lot more of that in other states, but we had that struggle here in Virginia. There was turbulence in the livestock market, the poultry markets, the dairy markets, where you saw retail prices increasing, but you saw a decrease in the money that was going into our farmers' markets. And that was driven by the reduced capacity of processing that we had to deal with. And so it just kind of clogged up the market, and it was very challenging for those industries. But there have been some positives that we have seen, and we always have to be grateful for the positive things that we see. in terms of price support for our meat, poultry, and dairy and produce markets. You know, the coronavirus food assistance funding and the market facilitation program funds, they have been helpful in trying to kind of carry industries forward. Also, you know, you looked at our farmers markets, our wineries, our breweries and distilleries who got very creative when we had to deal with some of the executive orders and had to revamp how we were doing work in marketing products. And they were very inventive in the ways that that they've served our Virginians. And then I love the fact that we have really seen more of an emphasis on local foods, knowing where our food comes from, trying to connect with our local farms. And so the pick your own uh, CSAs and others have done fairly well. And even the green industry has seen a boost during this time. You know, there are so many people who are now interested in gardening and growing their own food, enhancing their own landscapes. And you know, I remember when you couldn't even get into Lowe's and Home Depot because there were so many people in there. So we've seen a little bit of positives throughout all of these challenges. And one thing is, it has forced us at the local, state, and the federal level in trying to work together to see how we can change policies and get more resources, particularly for our Virginia farmers and our agribusinesses here in Virginia. And it has been a pleasure working with Secretary Bettina Ring, partnering with her and the governor's office to try to advocate for our agricultural industries during these challenges. Um, we worked very hard initially when there were challenges with workers who were working in our poultry processing facilities. We saw a rising number of cases throughout the states that really focused on poultry processing, and we worked very hard to try to get our processors, the leaders in those processing facilities, to have discussions with the Virginia Department of Health and the CDC to try to figure out how there could be protections for workers. And those industry leaders worked very hard to put things in place to protect those workers. And so we were able to not have to depopulate poultry here in Virginia, as happened in some of the other areas of the Delmarva region. And we early on advocated for the dairy industry and writing letters to USDA. We advocated for PPE to make sure agricultural workers were safe. And we tried to really get some policy solutions to deal with the meat and poultry processing, trying to see if there could be some avenues for that meat to be sold across state lines or to get some of those smaller packing plants to become federally inspected. So we really pushed, and VDACS began to think early on about how we could provide important guidance for industries when those executive orders first came out. No one quite knew what to do. So all of a sudden, we had to figure out, you know, how are we going to guide the industries that we regulate in operating during a really challenging time. We immediately set up a website so that we could provide guidance to our grocery stores, our farmers markets, our wineries, and our breweries, our pick your own markets, and of course our livestock auctions and markets. We knew that that livestock industry and being able to move those products, Virginia's livestock, during those times was going to be very important. So we provided that support to our livestock auctions and markets on how they could continue to operate. And so part of that was staying in close communication with industry folks to make sure that we kept our Virginia products moving and people could operate these agribusinesses as much as possible during a time when we really had to clamp down to keep people safe. And so VDACS, you know, continued to see how we could provide some flexibilities for agribusinesses, and we continue to do that. One thing that we did for the pesticide management program during the time of COVID is we looked at how we could make sure that we waived the requirements for Virginia pesticide regulators. So the opportunities for applicators to take the recertification training was extended this year from the end of June to August 29th, we allowed an additional 60 days for them to take their training. And they were allowed to continue to apply during those times. For new applicators or prospective applicators who receive their letters of authorization from VDACS, they're now able, after we have extended the expiration date in order for them to sit for their exam, that has now been extended to January 31st, 2021. So we have extended the time for them to sit for their tests to become recertified. We did work, because the test had to be taken at DMV and the DMVs closed down, we were fortunate enough to work with Cooperative Extension to try to find alternate ways to provide testing sites. And we did that at some of their ARECs and provided some opportunities for those to sit down and take those tests through the alternate means. VDACS allowed registered technicians to be able to continue to certify under supervision of a certified applicator, and it allowed them now during COVID-19, while we're under the EOs, to continue to be able to apply those pesticides under supervision. Of course, once the emergency orders lift, they will have to be tested within a 30-day deadline of when the last EO lifts. But these are things that we have done to try to help give the applicators some flexibility in terms of the regulations. And so we'll continue to listen to the industry, and when and where we can provide more flexibility, we will do so. We have ensured, even as we have a lot of our agency teleworking, that we have been able to issue licenses and certifications within a timely manner. So even though we were getting the applications via paper, we hired temporary employees and utilized our technology to try to process those business licenses, the applicator certifications, and even the product registrations. We've been pushing those forward, and we will be establishing a new online system for all of those that we hope to launch in March 2021. So we're continuing to push forward to support the industry as much as we can, and we'll continue to do so and listen to you all. Something that Kyle brought to my attention was, we know that the lawn and turf industry has been in discussion with some of our VDACS employees regarding increasing funding to Virginia Tech in order to do some research for the lawn and turf industry, and to look at the seed inspection fees that are paid by the seed companies. So the Virginia seed law requires seed companies to pay an inspection fee. It's 1/3 of 1%, 3/10 of 1% for the gross sales paid on lawn and turf seed sold in Virginia. And of course, 50% of those inspection fees go to VDACS. The other 50% goes to the Virginia Agribusiness Council in order to be able to do the research for the industry. So last year, we brought in about $135,000 in seed inspection fees. $67,500, or half of that, went to VDACS, and the other $67,500 went to the Virginia Agribusiness Council. And so in thinking about, are these companies paying the amount in inspection fees that they really should be paying? Is there more that they should be paying? And how can we determine how much more they should be paying? Requires a little bit of research. So when we listened to your discussions and we thought about what we may need to do, we thought that there may be some confusion about actually what needed to be paid in inspection fees, and possibly there could be some clarification that we could do from VDACS to make sure that everyone knew. So the Virginia seed law requires that all lawn and turf seeds sold in Virginia, the inspection fee should be paid on all of the lawn and turf seed that's sold in Virginia. However, only lawn and turf seed mixtures in 100-pound bags or less have to be registered with VDACS. So we thought that maybe there could be an opportunity for some people to be confused about what they actually have to pay the inspection fees for. It's not just for the lawn and turf seed mixtures, it's for all lawn and turf seeds sold in Virginia. So when we send out the next communication that are going to go to the industry, we're going to make sure that we clarify exactly what these companies are to pay their inspection fees for. That's going to allow us to see if we see any sort of increase after that communication goes out on what the seed companies are actually paying. Even though we have about 5 inspectors across the Commonwealth that enforce the provisions of the seed laws, in order to really dig down into the fact that are these companies paying the full inspection fees on the gross sales of what's sold, we would actually need an auditor. We don't have an auditor at VDACS to do this, and of course, because the funding for the program comes from the inspection fees, we would have to bring a significant amount more in to cover the cost of an inspector and also the 50% that we are to pay to the Virginia Agribusiness Council. It would be a bit cost prohibitive at this time for us to actually hire an auditor. So before we think about a next step, we want to try to get a better handle on what companies are paying and if there was any confusion about what they're supposed to pay their inspection fees on. I do want you to know that in terms of Virginia Virginia Agricultural Council.
Yeah. I was going to say, please don't send us application for
No.
Yeah, different council. We do get some, by the way. That is.
I'm sure there's some confusion. The Virginia Agricultural Council. All of the proposals that were submitted were funded. This past year is about $49,000 in funding that was requested, and we were able to support all of the research projects that came in. So I do want to let you know that we are continuing to try to support the research that is happening a great deal, mostly at Virginia Tech, in terms of the industry. So thank you for that conversation, and we can follow up at some time on how we're progressing with that. So in terms of hemp, and hemp is always what I call a constant moving target, and indeed it is. A continuing resolution was passed by Congress, and part of the language of that resolution was to extend the 2014 Industrial Hemp Pilot Program all the way through September 30th, 2021. Well, you all probably remember receiving a letter, maybe it was close to September 2nd, saying that VDACS had decided to defer our hemp production program to USDA. And we asked all of our hemp growers to plan to register for USDA licensure. So we were going to defer the program. It's not that we didn't want to continue to run a federally compliant program here in Virginia, but when we looked at what the expectations were from USDA, it was going to be first of all very expensive to run a federally compliant 2018 USDA licensure program for hemp. And I'll give you an example. As the Virginia program, we would sample and test based on a risk and random sampling process. So we would sample and test a smaller portion of all of the crops grown in Virginia. The cost associated with running that program, the risk and random sampling and testing program in 2019, along with managing all of the registrations and the other expectations, cost us about $290,000. We looked at the estimated costs to VDACS to run a 100% federally compliant hemp licensure program. And of course, their expectation is to sample and test 100% of the crops and also It had to be done within 15 days of harvest. So you've got a really, really tight time crunch for sampling and testing 100% of the crops. And we looked at the additional cost in terms of being able to manage the data, the staff that would take, lab fees, and et cetera. And to run a federally compliant program, the cost to do that was around $2 million. So there's a significant difference in the price, the cost to run the programs. And that sampling and testing would have been, the cost for that would have been transferred to the producer, because we do have the right to ask the producer to pay for that. So that cost increase would translate to the producer's pocket. Also challenging with running that federal program has been little latitude to explore a higher THC concentration, which is something that we have discussed here in Virginia. And so in lieu of those challenges, what we have talked to Kyle about and our industry about is to just continue to run the 2014 Farm Bill for the extended time frame through September 30th, 2021. USDA plans to come out with its final rule by spring, and I know the Agribusiness Council has sent comments in. And while we would love to continue to be the primary regulator of hemp in Virginia, we want to determine what that final rule is going to look like. And we hope that USDA will take those comments into careful consideration, and they will make a more farmer-friendly program, because we think that will be beneficial to the industries here in Virginia. And I think everyone will be in a better place. So hopefully some good things will come out of that final rule when it comes out in the spring. So I think about, and I'm very proud of, I'm switching gears a little bit, really how VDACS has dealt with a lot of the internal challenges. Internally, we have gone to about 65% telework of our 543 employees. But we have had folks who have, as essential staff, have worked nonstop. And I think about many of our employees in our commodity services division who never stopped working and have continued to go on in many of our inspection and grading environments, and they've done their job nonstop with very little complaint. So our meat and poultry inspectors have been out there every day, and actually in the last year, we've hired 9 meat and poultry inspectors in the last 6 months, and some of those have been to replace retirees, but we've also hired 2 or 3 new inspectors, and they have hit the ground and they have continued to provide support. Our commodity grading services, our grain inspectors, our fruit and vegetable inspectors, poultry and egg, our peanut graders who have continued to work at Birdsong, peanut packing facilities, our food safety inspectors have been out there making sure that the food is safe. And I mentioned, our pesticide services in issuing those business licenses. Those services have gone interrupted. And you just can't imagine. I know it's been a challenge, but our folks have been out there and they have been diligent and will continue to do so. I talked a little bit earlier about the livestock industry and how important that industry is. It's the #2 industry in the state of Virginia. And I want to make sure that everyone knows we're going to continue to support that industry. And I just say that because of some earlier discussions and communications about changes that we made to a livestock management position within VDACS. And just to give you a little bit of background on that, we recently had the livestock manager of that program who did an excellent job. He retired. And we looked at the program description and we attempted to realign it so it looked like the other management positions within commodity services. In doing so, we made revisions that took the word marketing out. And we did that because it was a livestock management position. And we looked at the primary roles of this position in managing the folks that worked in that program, because we have a large number of people working in that program who are very experienced. They understand about the marketing component of the industry and have continued to do very well with that. Um, there was never any intention or purpose in taking the marketing function out of the roles of those providing those services, those guys that are inspecting the livestock all over the state of Virginia, or for the person serving in management to stop doing of the important marketing. We understand that marketing is hugely important in this industry. So I just want to reassure you that we are not removing any of those important and critical marketing functions. And we will continue, and I will be sure to continue to make sure that those services are provided to the industry. And just to let you know of a couple of things that we will continue to do. And one is we know that the opportunities are needed to connect those buyers and those sellers with our important Virginia livestock and those producers. So we will continue to take advantage of every opportunity to make those connections, just like we have done in the past. We will continue to do that. We're going to continue to foster relationships with buyers in Ontario, Canada, and we've even looked at other connections we can make through our international marketing functions at VDACS to see if there are other international markets that we have not been taking full advantage of that we need to. We're going to continue to participate in those important trade shows, particularly in the feeder cattle feeding areas of the U.S., and I'm thinking about Pennsylvania, Ohio, Iowa, and the Midwest, and of course, I mentioned Ontario, Canada. We've always participated in the National Cattlemen's Beef Association trade show. That will, of course, continue. Any important trade missions to feedlots, and that's in the Midwest or the Northeast, we will continue to do those. We're going to promote Virginia feeder cattle through advertising in the Kansas Stockman, the Nebraska Cattlemen, and Iowa Cattlemen trade journals, and then that industry support of our youth. The grading, evaluation, and marketing that we do to support Virginia 4-H and FFA, all of that is going to continue. And just to let you know that we wanted to make sure that the person serving in that livestock managing role had a strong background with the industry and marketing. We're really proud that we were able to hire Tracy Fitzsimmons to be the new livestock manager. She starts, I think, in a couple of days. I think October 15th is her starting date. Tracy is very committed. We have had conversations with Tracy about how important it's going to be to continue to support those marketing efforts. She intends to do so. And as a matter of fact, I'm looking forward to visiting with some of the livestock associations because I want to continue to spread this message. Tracy and I will do this together, and we are going to make sure that we listen to the industry, because if there's something that you need that we are not providing, we are committed to making sure that we provide that so we can keep our Virginia cattle flowing throughout the United States and throughout the world. And I am 100% committed to doing that, and I wanted to let you know that. So I thank you for that. And just lastly, I just wanted to mention, and Kyle talked about this, farmer stress. And I think a lot of what's been happening has been challenging us all. We've all had a lot of stresses on us, but when I think about the work that our agribusiness industries do and our farmers do, we've been under more stress than ever. And about a year and a half ago, it got on my radar in talking with farmers about some of the challenges that many of you all and your families have been facing in rural communities and in others. So I launched a farmer stress task force, and we had a lot of people, including the Virginia Agribusiness Council, who's committed to supporting our farmers, come together and talk about ways we could address that. We have begun to advertise the National Suicide Prevention Hotline to speak whenever we can. I go and speak whenever I can about what we're doing. You will see a documentary that hopefully we'll finish filming here in the fall, go out about the issue because we want people to be aware. And I leaned back on some of my old university skills and applied for a USDA grant, and we got funding at VDACS that's going to allow us to hire a new program coordinator, and we just hired him. His name is Mr. Landre Tolson. He's got a background in extension. He's got a background in farming. He's going to be the new program coordinator that's going to try to develop a resource network around things that can help farmers in terms of mental health, in terms of farm financial management, a place that farmers can go if they need resources and they need help. One of the things that he's going to do in trying to determine that how extensive this issue is in Virginia is to launch a survey. And we're going to need your help. It's going to be an anonymous survey. We're just trying to get a feel for some of the challenges our Virginia farmers are having, if they're even aware of some of the resources that are out there, what you need. We may need your help in completing the survey, but there's more to come. And I just ask for your help in participating and just filling out the survey for us, which will give us a better picture. But we're looking to get more resources on the ground about farmer stress and mental health. So just wanted to let you know more's to come. I've talked a lot, but I cannot say thank you enough to our industries and to you all who support Virginia agriculture, our #1 private industry in the state of Virginia. And you continue to support VDACS, and we'll continue to support you. And I just thank you, Kyle, so much for everything that you do and what the Virginia Agribusiness Council does, and for allowing me a little bit of time to give you some updates. So thank you so much, and I appreciate being here today.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And just a couple quick follow-up questions just to touch in a little more detail on some of the things you mentioned. You know, we were very appreciative of VDACS being as flexible as possible during the pandemic early days in April and May, specifically around pesticide, the pesticide applicator programs. And some of the deadlines we were facing. As the pandemic continues, and it doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon into 2021, we're likely going to see more cancellations, more need for innovative trainings. The Crop Production Association had to cancel their annual meeting where a lot of our agricultural applicators pick up so many of their credit hours. So just to ask to expand, as many opportunities as you can see coming forward to continue to be flexible and look for opportunities. I think it's going to be necessary, especially as we head into next planting season in the spring. We got to make sure that everyone has the certifications they need and farmers can get it. As we've seen, if one area of the supply chain breaks down, it causes disruptions all along the rest of it. So just a little more on as we move into season, it was incredibly helpful for the folks in our green and turfgrass industries. And now I think it's going to affect the agricultural side even more in January.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that back up. We've looked at what we're able to do. And of course, in terms of regulations, we do have some flexibilities. And so we have used those flexibilities in terms of our regulation to try to be as flexible as we possibly can. So we know we still have a couple issues. Extending deadlines is something that we have the flexibility to do as long as we have the justification for doing so. So as long as COVID is a challenge, and as you said, it's going to go on for a while, we're going to continue to do as much as we can to flex those deadlines, as much as we have the authority to do. But we've also had some considerations about training and how we can bring training opportunities through online means to try to get the trainings and things that the farmers need and the applicators need. We're looking at as many flexibilities as we can on training. And also in terms of the exams, if people can't get into the DMV to take the tests and the exams, can we again work with other folks where we can provide flexible opportunities that they can come somewhere locally and they can take those exams? So those are 3 areas that we have been constantly discussing. We'll continue to do so. And we'll push for that, and we'll just continue to listen to what needs are of the industry in order to establish those things. So thanks for asking that question.
In terms of mental health stress, you mentioned, the documentary, which we're very excited about, and as I've said, the council will continue to be supportive. Can you talk about some of the promotional materials that you all pushed out? I know advertising and making sure people are aware that the services are there has been one of the biggest challenges we have faced. It's not that we don't have the providers that are of the services, it's that letting the producers know that there are avenues and resources available to them to seek help. Can you talk a little bit more about the resources needed to sustain that effort and your efforts so far in promoting the program?
Yes. So, one of the things that I got asked when I started to pull people together was, how many farmers has this affected in Virginia? And one of the challenges we face is that there's not a lot of state data on the actual issue. We found that when we looked at the number of suicides that were actually attributed to farmer suicides over the past 5 years, only 42 were documented. When you look at that, it doesn't look like a significant issue, but then how many of those were listed as accidents? Were not recorded accurately, were not even reported because people don't want anybody to know about those challenges. So, anecdotal data told us a lot. And so, we know that there are services that are provided in communities, preventive services from the Department of Behavioral Health, but sometimes people don't know how to get to them. They don't, or they can't afford it. And so we said, if nothing else, we could start with the National Suicide Prevention Hotline, where they have services established. If someone has reached a really critical point, they at least would know where to call to start to get help until we could provide more coordination of services in Virginia. So we simply came out with materials that actually had the hand of a dairy farmer who'd contemplated suicide in Virginia, a picture of his hand with a little trinket that said hope, and we added the National Suicide Prevention Hotline number. We made keychains, and we promoted it with some other visual material that Extension used to try to get the word out. We also got Extension agents trained on the national, on the, I can't think of it, the Farmer Stress and Mental Health First Aid. And about 15 Extension agents, in addition to the two dairy agents who already had that certification, were trained. And so now through Extension networks, they can provide those resources, or they can tell people if, you see a farmer under stress, here's what you're seeing, excuse me, here's what they need to do. And so we've had trainings, we have presented that number. Now our next step is, I would love for VDACS to have a site, which is what I intend to do, where a farmer can go and says, if I live way out in Southwest Virginia, where do I go if me or a family member is having a challenge? Who can help me? And you can click on a link, and it can take you to local resources that may be helpful to get these families through a critical time. So that's what we've done and what we intend to do going forward. And that's where I hope Landre Tolson, our new program coordinator, will be helpful in getting that done quicker.
We appreciate all your efforts and the entire agency, and look forward to working with Mr. Tolson on that issue as we move forward. And like I said, the council will continue to be supportive of those efforts. I have one final question. You mentioned some of the inspection programs at VDACS. We've worked hard and supported additional funding for that. I know some of those positions have been put on hold due to the coronavirus. Just wondering, put you on the spot just a bit to see how things are going at VDACS and what kind of funding needs and push we can make in January to make sure that you have the resources we need to continue the services to the industry.
Sure. And we continue in that communication in terms of especially with some of the new things that we're doing in terms of the industrial hemp program. You all have helped us get the positions, additional positions that were allocated to us through the Virginia General Assembly. We know that there have been some impact on the budget, so we kind of hold our breath to see what we're able to keep, what will go forward, and what will be pulled back. But we appreciate your help in getting additional resources. Also, with our inspectors and graders, we have adequate resources at this time. Sometimes it's more of a challenge of getting people to fill those positions. One thing that was really exciting about meat and poultry inspectors is a lot of those inspectors have come from new graduates at Virginia Tech. Very excited group of young people who want to learn. We are sometimes very challenged to just keep them at VDACS. Or when we need people to fill those positions, I think your help in actually helping us maybe promote or advertise for those. But as we need more of those positions, food safety is an example where we've gotten help from you all. We continue to need more food safety inspectors. And, it's just a challenge. People don't understand about the need for food safety inspectors until some type of foodborne illness comes out and all of a sudden we're in a panic. But, wherever we can get your help with the food safety, and if we need help with some of our other inspector and grading personnel and positions, we're going to reach out to you all. But right now, the help that we've gotten with the industrial hemp and then the food safety inspection, we could always use more help in those areas. So I appreciate that very much for that offer. And we know that you all will help us do as much as you can to support our industries.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Commissioner Bernal, for taking the time this morning, for helping us in everything that you do for the industry and the Commonwealth. We've set aside some time now for some Q&A from the audience. So we're going to turn it back to our live programming and see what kind of questions we get from the industry. Thank you again so much for agreeing to come on and for everything you do.
Thank you so much.
So welcome back to the audience and to Commissioner Bernal, who joins me now. We're going to take some questions from the audience, but I have one to start us off while we wait for others to come in. And I would ask any attendees watching, please leave any questions you may have for the Commissioner in the chat box, and we'll get to them as many as we can in the time we have. So, Commissioner, the first question: the entire industry and really the entire supply chain have struggled with the disruptions caused by coronavirus. Market disruptions cause problems for fruits, vegetables, especially the dairy industry and the poultry industry, all the way down the line. And there have been multiple funding resources made available at both the state and federal level. And Virginia had been granted a certain level of CARES Act funding to be distributed to those affected by the virus. Can you give us an update on these efforts and if we can expect any opportunities for additional funding specifically for the agriculture industry?
Yes, thank you, Kyle. And good morning, everyone. I appreciate an opportunity to speak with you all again this morning. It was interesting to listen to myself. That was very difficult to do that. I appreciate you all allowing me to make those comments. And thank you for the question, Kyle. We have already talked about the market disruptions and how they have impacted many of our industries here in the state of Virginia. Kyle, you mentioned a few that have been impacted. Our top industries, thinking about the poultry industry, our meat and poultry processing capabilities, the dairy industry. And while we have worked a great deal at the federal level to try to ensure that the CARES Act funding, coronavirus food assistance program funds have been made available to our industries here in the state of Virginia to the fullest extent. Kyle, you noted that we were able to receive CARES Act funding for the state of Virginia. I will identify specifically in terms of the dairy industry, how we have worked to provide or ask for additional support for that industry. And when I think about the dairy industry specifically, no one can argue that the industry has suffered a great deal, not only throughout the nation, but throughout the state of Virginia. And I'm not sure if we're at 430 grade A dairies, or it may be fewer than that. But Secretary Ring, her cabinet, VDACS, our Milk Commission, and others, we think very carefully about how we can utilize CARES Act funding to support our industries. Most recently, we put together a COVID-19 emergency dairy relief grant program packet. We worked very closely with the Secretary's office in terms of what this would look like. And through this packet, we wanted to recover losses for the months of May and June in terms of what the 2020 May-June prices were compared to those at the same time frame last year, to cover those losses. And we asked if the administration would consider providing funding to support those dairy losses for those 2 months. Secretary Ring constantly pushes to, of course, talk about the importance of agriculture here in the state of Virginia and the impact we have as the #1 industry. The administration, after much consideration, wants to move forward with utilizing the current grant opportunities through the Rebuild Virginia grant program. They identified that in terms of business industries, they have not done specific carve-outs for industries, but they feel that the Rebuild Virginia program is an opportunity for business industries to take advantage of the CARES Act funding. In conversations that we have had, the previous iterations of Rebuild Virginia did not include agricultural industries. They have since expanded the use of the Rebuild Virginia program. However, we've had additional conversations because we want to ensure that agricultural industries can apply for the grant program. Governor Northam is going to make an announcement about that program. They've done some additional changes to the program. I am not aware specifically of what those changes are, so I can't speak to those. My understanding is he's speaking today, this afternoon, and so I'm eager to hear what those changes are. But I would like to say, we realize, as busy as many of our farmers are, grants are something that farmers struggle with. I mean, it takes time. And so as we look at what those opportunities are, if there are any resources that we have at VDACS and can work with our industries to help provide any support with helping our farmers and processors and others apply for those opportunities, we're more than happy to do so, because we know that there's a lot that's needed out there to support our agricultural industry. So Kyle, that's the latest that I have. I don't have any more details than that, but we'll wait to hear what the governor announces later today.
We appreciate that, and obviously stay tuned to our members listening. We'll certainly use the resources of the council to push out, and we certainly appreciate any efforts on the administration to help streamline that application process to make it easier for producers to participate and get the assistance they need. One of the questions in the chat box that has come up with regards to Virginia's seed law, a question said, will big box stores be required to pay inspection fees? Home Depot, Lowe's, Walmart, etc. When it comes to, I believe it's in the context of the seed law.
Sure, and I talked about some of those comments during the first presentation that you all saw, and we realize that for all companies, there may be some confusion on the inspection fees. We realize that some think that they only are supposed to pay the fees for the lawn and turf seed mixtures that are registered and not what is sold. So we are continuing to look at the information that we send out to make sure first that everybody understands what you're supposed to pay the inspection fees for. That information that we are going to provide for all of the retail businesses, and that includes the big box retailers. We'll send that out to first determine, are people paying the right fees to begin with? Are these big box retailers and other retailers paying the fees as they should? So the first thing that we're going to do for all of the retailers, big or small, is try to determine if they are paying the appropriate inspection fees. And that's going to give us the first level of information that we need to see if we're getting all the monies that we need into the program.
Thank you. So we have time for a few more questions. Yesterday, there was a big announcement at the EPA in which the dicamba registrations that have been pretty heavily litigated over the past year, those registrations have been reinstated and extended for a 5-year period. In Virginia, we often wait until the federal government has made their determination, and then we evaluate our registrations through our pesticide program. Can we expect the restoration of the registrations through our pesticide program similar to the EPA's restrictions for use? The EPA did extend the buffer area for use between other crops, as well as from endangered species, to try to mitigate some of the concerns raised by the circuit court in earlier this year's ruling. So I was wondering if you could talk about the process moving forward and whether we can expect the same level of certainty for producers that want to use the product going forward.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I've read a little bit about the announcement from EPA and their decision yesterday. And of course, you know, they include some of those new control measures for the protection of the environment, et cetera. And I realized that there's the FIFRA Section 24 authority that allows states to, you know, issue appropriate regulations for pesticide use. For us at VDACS, we have typically followed EPA's guidelines in terms of the regulation. EPA relies very heavily on science, and although we can change some of those through our VDACS board, through regulatory authority, we typically, or have not done that in this case before. We don't have a precedence for that. I know sometimes there's legislation proposed, and that's a whole different avenue. But for us at VDACS, we have followed EPA in times before when they have made decisions, and that's what I figured we will do this time.
Perfect. And last question, we do have time for one more, and this one deals with the Farmer Stress Program, which we're very proud of at the council, and I know you are at VDACS. Has VDACS looked at the number of farmers that are also veterans, and if there's possible overlap with some of those programs to assist and make those programs available to veterans that have to move on?
Absolutely. Right now, we are putting together a survey, and I mentioned this in my previous comments. We're putting together a survey to try to really get a picture of what our Virginia farmers are going through. We don't really have that data. We understand that the veteran population, veteran farmers have issues that all other farmers have. And so we intend to and will include veteran farmers as we gather data. We also have spoken with the Department of Veterans Affairs to try to see what brief. They've done an excellent job in terms of addressing mental health for military veterans. And so we are working alongside them to see what resources and opportunities we can share to address the needs of our veteran farmers. But we're surveying all farmers, and we'll do so. And that's something that I hope when you all receive the survey link, that you will take time to fill that out. Any type of survey we do will be anonymous, and it's only for us to gather data and do a better picture of what the issue really looks like here in the state of Virginia, because we don't have that. So we will most certainly include our very important veteran farmers, not only in gathering data, but in terms of the resources that are made available. They are very much a priority of the work that we're doing through VDACS and our Farmer Stress Task Force.
Well, thank you again, Commissioner Brunau. I'm not seeing any more questions in the chat box, but we very much appreciate your time for being with us today, and all that you do with VDACS. And as usual, stay tuned for from VDACS on a number of different issues that are upcoming. Obviously, we stay in pretty close contact throughout the year. And so if there are any issues that the industry can assist on, please let us know.
Sure. And I just want to say to everyone, thank you all so much. And you have a great leader in Kyle Shreve. It's just always great for us to work very closely. We call each other when we need to talk about things. He is a wonderful advocate for all the members of the Virginia Agribusiness Council. It's a pleasure working with you all, and I really, really appreciate the opportunity to have some time to spend with you all today. So thanks so much, Kyle, and thanks to everyone for having me.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to take a slight break. Please refresh your coffee, and will be joining us. We'll be back in just a few minutes to continue the program. We got a great lineup coming this morning, and we will be back just in a few minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lee Scott with Universal Leaf Tobacco Company, and I am the current Virginia Agribusiness Council Chair of the Board. I'll add my thanks for joining us this morning for the virtual annual meeting. I especially want to thank our sponsors that allow the Council to continue our work as the unified voice of agribusiness. And you will hear more from them as the day goes on. And now, a message from one of our title sponsors.
September is Hunger Action Month. In the state of Virginia, nearly 900,000 individuals are food insecure, meaning they may not know where their next meal will come from on any given day. Colonial Farm Credit, Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit, and Farm Credit of Virginia are proud to once again partner with our friends at the Virginia Federation of Food Banks to support their hunger relief efforts in the Commonwealth. Our three associations teamed up to provide a collaborative sponsorship of $50,000 used to provide necessary resources to support their participation in the USDA Farmers to Families Food Box program. At Farm Credit, our mission is to support agriculture in our rural communities. This donation allows the Virginia Federation of Food Banks to help ensure healthy meals are available to food insecure families in our region while supporting the farmers who supply nutrient-dense products.
Time and again, Virginia's farm credit organizations have supported the work of our food banks to get more nutritious food into the hands of our hungry neighbors. Partners like Farm Credit are essential to the work that we do in the Commonwealth. Because of their steadfast commitment, we are better able to ensure access to healthy meals year-round for all Virginians.
Farm Credit is a proud supporter of the Federation of Virginia Food Banks.
Good morning. I'm Paul Franklin with Farm Credit. Farm Credit is a customer-owned cooperative that provides loans and financial products to farmers, ranchers, agribusinesses, and rural communities. We have over $2.2 billion in loans outstanding to over 12,000 customers in Virginia. As a cooperative, we strive to return a high portion of our profits to our customers through patronage refunds. We were able to distribute almost $42 million to our customers recently. We've been serving agriculture since 1916, and we're proud to support the Virginia Agribusiness Council. We've worked closely with the Council since its founding almost 50 years ago. The Council's mission to be a unified voice for agriculture is more important than ever. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speakers. Jamie Morrell leads American Farmland Trust's programs in the Mid-Atlantic region. Before joining American Farmland Trust, Jamie served as Vice President at Conservation Impact and Nonprofit Impact, where she led training programs and organizational development projects. Prior to that, she served as Director of the Riverside Land Protection Program for American Rivers, where she developed programs and policies to ensure healthy lands and ample clean water. Jamie holds a Master of Arts in Environmental and Resource Policy from George Washington University and a Bachelor of Arts in Environmental Studies from Denison University. Following Jamie's presentation, we will be joined by Virginia native and American Farmland Trust's Sustainable Grazing Project Manager, Jacob Gilley. Jacob will have a live Q&A to help us learn more about American Farmland Trust. Thank you for joining our event today. We look forward to the presentation and discussion.
Hello, and welcome to this presentation of American Farmland Trust's recently released Farms Under Threat, the State of the States report. Today, we'll explore Virginia's results for the State of the States report. I'm Jamie Mera, Mid-Atlantic Regional Director at the American Farmland Trust. I joined AFT in February, and I'm based in Washington, D.C. This presentation is being recorded, and my colleague, Jacob Gilley, will be with you shortly for the live Q&A session to answer any questions you have. For those of you who are unfamiliar with American Farmland Trust, let me do a quick introduction. AFT is a national nonprofit membership organization founded in 1980. Some know us best by our No Farms, No Food bumper sticker. We started as and remain an agricultural land trust. We care not just about retaining acres, but inches as well, and have initiatives working with farmers to improve soil health and water quality. We also believe it is not farmland without farmers, and focus on the viability side of agriculture, including training service providers to help next generation producers gain secure access to land. Our programming is grounded in research and informs our state and federal policy development and advocacy. In Virginia, AFT is promoting regenerative farming practices through the Sustainable Grazing Project. We're working with cattle producers and partners in the Rappahannock region to enhance the region's environmental and agricultural viability through holistic strategies that sequester carbon, improve soil health, support farms, and promote community well-being. Today, we're focusing on the State of the States, which is the second in AFT's research series. The State of the States report paints a striking picture of the threats facing working farms and ranches in every state and documents the steps every state has taken to protect their agricultural land base from development. I want to give a special shout out to our federal partners, especially USDA's Natural Resources Conservation Service. NRCS has been an integral partner in our Farms Under Threat research, and we want to thank them for their support and collaboration on this initiative. For the State of the States, we used a multi-pronged approach that included advanced spatial mapping to identify threats to agricultural land and an in-depth analysis of state policy responses. And we're using this report to raise public awareness, to inform state and federal policy, and to encourage more direct and permanent agricultural land protection. I want to touch very briefly on our national findings before diving into the results for Virginia. From 2001 through 2016, a period of historically low housing starts, the U.S. converted 11 million acres of agricultural land. That's equivalent to all the land planted in the U.S. to fruits, nuts, and vegetables in 2017. Most of that conversion was to low-density residential land use. Now, we've known this type of conversion was happening because all across the country, scattered large lot housing has been fragmenting and disrupting farming and ranching for years. But until this report, no one has ever been able to map it and to measure it. And once we mapped it, we realized just how big of a threat it is. Sadly, more than 1/3 of the land converted, about 4.5 million acres, was some of the most productive land in the country. This is land we've identified as nationally significant land that's best suited for intensive food and crop production. As you can see from this map, agricultural land conversion is a growing problem across the U.S. and no longer only confined to large metropolitan areas. Small cities are sprawling, and the proliferation of farmettes and ranchettes on their outskirts has created hotspots of conversion in virtually every state. So let's dive into the data available for Virginia on our interactive website, and I hope you'll stay with me here as we go to that site. So let's dive into Virginia results here. And let's start by going to the Reports and Data tab on the upper right-hand side. This is where you'll find fact sheets that describe the methodology that we used. And if you're interested in getting access to the geospatial data, we would love to make that available to you, and you can request that by going to this Geospatial Data Layers tab here. This will take you to a form where you can request that information and where you can get more information about what data is available to you. Now let's go over to the Select a State and look for Virginia. Great. So here you see both spatial data and also the policy scorecard tab here. Information for both the conversion of agricultural land and the policy scorecard for Virginia can be found on this page. Let's start with the spatial data. Here I want to point out both the spatial data and the policy scorecard have downloadable summaries for each, and I'll just show you the conversion summary. So we made these 2-page PDFs available to you so that you can have top talking points and infographics that you can easily use for your website, for outreach to members, landowners, policymakers in the media. There are any number of uses for them. So we hope you'll take a look, and we hope you will find them useful. So again, this is the summary for the conversion, and there's one for the policy scorecard as well. So let's now take a look at the 4 categories of spatial data. And we're going to start with land cover and use. Farms Under Threat State of the States uses multiple national data sets to develop the best available data inventory of agricultural land use in the US. You can zoom in on this layer to identify every type of land use, which you can see here in the key right here, as well as on the interactive map. And this includes land that we've identified as low density residential development. It also includes a first ever attempt to spatially identify woodland associated with farms and ranches. Our map shows roughly 8.2 million acres of agricultural land, including 3 million acres of cropland, 2.3 million acres of pasture, and 2.8 million acres of woodland associated with farms. And you can zoom in quite close. All right, now let's go to PVR values. For Farms Under Threat, we wanted to analyze the quality of land that's being lost to development, not just the quantity. So we created, with the help of a national panel of experts, an index to quantify the productivity, versatility, and resiliency, or PVR, value of every acre of land in the US. This map shows the range of these PVR values across the state. The darker green represents higher PVR values and higher suitability for long-term intensive crop production, especially for food crops such as fruits, nuts, vegetables, and staple grains. And I want to point out that you can toggle between the map and the satellite here, where you see higher PVR values. You can also look at this through different layers of transparency so that you can really get a closer idea visually of what this data is. These PVR values were used to identify nationally significant land. This map shows the nationally significant agricultural land in Virginia. You'll see that around 3.2 million acres of land falls into this category, which is 40% of the state's agricultural land base. 2.2 million acres of this are cropland, with around 425,000 acres of pasture and nearly 600,000 acres of woodland. We point this out because the loss of this highly productive land has both economic and environmental implications. When nationally significant land is impacted by development, intensive food production is pushed to more marginal lands, where input costs are higher, crop yields are lower, and soils degrade more quickly. The last category here is conversion. This data looks at the 15-year period from 2001 through 2016, again, a period of historically low housing starts. We mapped the conversion of agricultural land to two types of land use. The first is urban and highly developed land use. This includes the traditional culprits in farmland conversion, so expanding residential, commercial, and industrial areas found largely in cities and towns. But this category also includes rural, industrial, and energy production sites, including oil and well pads and solar panel installations. The second type is low density residential development. This is the first ever effort of its kind to quantify the extent of large lot housing on the agricultural land base. These areas range from lower density subdivisions to rural areas where more and more individual houses are being built. You can see that most of the conversion, nearly 273,000 acres, or 80% over this time frame, was to low density residential use. It's important to note that there may still be active agricultural land designated as low density residential use, and some of the agricultural production may be very profitable. But what we also know is that low density residential tends to be a transitional land use. So land in Virginia that was considered low density residential in 2001 was 7 times more likely to be converted to urban and highly developed land by 2016 than any other agricultural land. And we know that continued conversion of low density residential increases management challenges for producers who have to deal with farming in and around non-farm neighbors. Total ag land converted over this period of just 15 years was nearly 340,000 acres. About 122,000 acres of that was woodland, followed by cropland conversion at 110,000 acres, followed by pasture land conversion at 108,000 acres. And of the land converted, over 119,000 acres were considered nationally significant. So that is a quick overview of not only the results for Virginia, but then also a very quick tour of our interactive website. We hope that you will go onto this website and really get into this data, and that you find it useful and you can use it in your work to protect farmland. All right, so now let's go to the policy scorecard. Our intention with the policy scorecard is to highlight effective elements of state policies that address the three main drivers of agricultural land conversion. So poorly planned development, also weak agricultural viability. We know that when farmers are profitable, they tend to keep their land in agriculture. So agricultural viability is really critical to retaining farmland. And finally, the fact that land is most vulnerable when it transfers between generations. So this is our first effort at a state policy scorecard. Even though we've been involved in state and federal policy development since our founding 40 years ago, this is our first attempt at the scorecard. And we know that there are many ways that states support agriculture, and this is not an attempt to score them all. We know there are many different ways in which states are supporting ag, and that they are all important. Instead, we focused on 6 specific types of policies and programs that tie directly to the land. So first, we looked at purchase of agricultural conservation easement programs, or PACE programs. These are often known as purchase of development rights programs or farmland preservation programs. And again, we were looking at the state level. These are voluntary programs that compensate landowners who choose to place a permanent agricultural conservation easement on their property. And in Virginia, we scored both the VDACS Farmland Preservation Fund and its work with the local PDR programs and the Virginia Land Conservation Foundation. Next, we looked at land use planning and growth management, because land use planning policies manage growth and they stabilize the land base. Most states, including Virginia, delegate authority to local governments, and planning and zoning decisions are largely driven, as we know, at the county and municipal level. But states can play an active and important role in guiding and supporting these decisions in a way that supports and retains the agricultural land base. And that's why we looked at those here. We also looked at property tax relief for agricultural land. These programs reduce property taxes paid on agricultural land, recognizing that working lands require far less in municipal services than residential development. Here, we looked at Virginia's use value taxation assessment. We also looked at agricultural district programs, which encourage landowners to form special areas to support agriculture. Participating farmers receive protections and incentives that differ by state. Some states limit annexation, while others limit use of eminent domain and offer protection from the siting of public facilities and infrastructure. Some offer tax incentives. Some require district enrollment to participate in state-administered PACE programs. We also looked at FarmLink programs, which connect farmers, farm seekers, with farmers and landowners who want their land to stay in agriculture. Administered by public or private entities, these programs offer a range of services and resources, from online real estate postings to technical assistance, training, and educational resources. And for the purposes of this exercise, we included only state-supported programs. And finally, we looked at state leasing programs, those that make state-owned land available to farmers and ranchers for agriculture. Sometimes that's their primary purpose. More often, agricultural use is secondary to generating income for a public purpose or for protecting wildlife habitat. So those are the programs that we looked at as part of the scorecard. And let me show you now how Virginia scored. So as you can see, Virginia scored above the median for land use planning, for property tax relief and ag districts, at the median for PACE and FarmLink, and below the median for state leasing. Now, it's important to note that the median is only states with these programs. So for instance, the fact that Virginia has a state-supported FarmLink program already puts it well ahead of many other states. I also want to point out that Virginia uses all 6 of these programs, more or less, and that shows that you have a real diversity of tools, which is super important. And again, there are only a handful of states that are doing that. So Virginia should be really applauded in that respect. The website here allows you to dive into the factors behind the scores, and we'll go through just a few of these to show you how to navigate the website. So let's go to the select policy or program, and we'll start with PACE. All right, now let's find Virginia. Oh man, missed it. Here you are. So again, we scored both the Farmland Preservation Program and the Virginia Land Conservation Foundation. And it's great to hear that Virginia is making significant investments in working lands protection this year. Where states scored higher than Virginia is largely around investments in the program. Per capita investments in Virginia has been about 10 cents. For states who've been doing this for a long time, that investment per capita is sometimes several dollars. One super important point here is that the scorecard does not include conservation tax credits. We know that the Virginia Land Preservation Tax Credit has been hugely important in permanent land protection and represents a $1.7 billion investment to date on the part of the Commonwealth. We are currently working on a 2.0 version of the scorecard that will include tax credits. It's really hard to figure out how much of that tax credit goes specifically to agricultural use, and that was our challenge here, but we're now ready to dig into this and to try and figure that out, and that will be reflected in that 2.0 version of the scorecard. Another important note here is the availability of federal matching funds for farmland protection, both through NRCS's Agricultural Conservation Easements Program, also known as ACEP, as well as through the agency's Regional Conservation Partnership Program, or RCPP. Both provide a one-to-one match, so are a great deal for taxpayers. The 2018 Farm Bill also eliminated the cash match requirement for ACEP, so landowners willing to donate 50% of the value of their easement and be eligible for a federal charitable tax donation can participate in the program if they work with the land trust or a public PACE program. And we hope that the $2 billion in funding for ACEP with and the increased funding for RCPP will help to increase their use in Virginia. So now let's move to land use planning. And again, Virginia is hiding from me. Here you are. So Virginia gets credit for requiring local comprehensive planning. That's a significant step. States that scored higher here either provide support for local comprehensive plans, plan development generally, or farmland protection planning specifically. And high scoring states have specific state goals around either growth management or retaining agricultural land, and then require consistency between those state goals and regional and local planning efforts. And I do want to point out that for each of these areas, you can scroll down and you can see at the bottom of the page the factors that went into each component's score under the how we scored it. All right, now let's go to ag districts. Again, this is an area where Virginia scores very well. Those local ag districts have been around for a long time in Virginia. We note the value of allowing automatic use value assessment for farmland in ag districts. So there's a link to that land use planning. Virginia also gets credit for requiring local planning authorities to review and approve districts. Where some states have scored higher is having more integration between their local ag districts and state PACE efforts. All right, now let's look quickly at FarmLink. Here we commend the state for investing in this type of effort. The only reason Virginia didn't get a higher score here is because it didn't have as robust a number of listings on its site as some other states. But it sounds like that's being ramped up now, which is really great. And then finally, let's go to state leasing. So states that scored high here are those that have done a comprehensive inventory of state-owned land beyond just lands managed by natural resource agencies. We feel this is an important mechanism for identifying new land access opportunities, especially smaller plot parcels in and near urban areas that might be suitable for the next generation. So again, I hope that this has given you an overview of the data and thinking around the state of the state's report, and also given you a sense for how you can go into the site and find the specific information you're looking for. One thing missing from our spatial analysis is protected agricultural land, because there's just not a comprehensive data layer focused on ag land protection. But we're working to build this new database now. And if you haven't heard from us and you hold ag easements, please let us know by adding a comment in the question panel. And we'll be in touch with you, because we don't want to miss anybody in terms of that data layer. Time is simply not on our side in saving our farm and ranch land, which is why AFT recently announced a bold goal of doubling the amount of permanently protected farmland by 2040 and reducing the rate of farmland conversion from 2,000 acres a day to 500 acres a day by 2040. You can see here some of the ways that AFT will be strengthening its commitment to farmland protection. Here in Virginia, we're hoping to leverage the National Agricultural Land Network, a new initiative of AFT, to provide capacity building and peer-to-peer learning for organizations who are or want to be taking an active role in protecting farmland. We hope to partner with other land trusts that would like help in collaboration with complex projects and expand the reach of our farm legacy program, which keeps land and farming as it transitions to the next generation. Enacting farmland protection policies at any level requires a broad bipartisan coalition and active community engagement. And in Virginia, we want to support the outstanding work already happening in the state and also help be the voice for farmland protection in Washington, D.C. Finally, we plan to use the findings from Farms Under Threat to guide our activities on the ground, and we are on the lookout for opportunities to build on this research and to learn more about what's happening to farmland on a local level. So we've provided some important spatial data layers that can be used by states, but our level analysis really needs to be supplemented at the state level. What more could Virginia do to both track its agricultural land use changes and trends, as well as potentially set a goal for retaining and protecting some percentage of remaining farmland? Virginia does a great job of coordinating a suite of policies around property tax, ag districts, and farm viability. And I think the message here is that Virginia is doing a great job and it needs to keep its foot on the accelerator. It can't let up given that development pressure is continuing. And perhaps it needs to consider ways to strengthen its land use planning to promote compact development, for example. Again, we give Virginia credit for the outstanding work it's doing. Continuing to focus on tools around farmland protection, access, and generational transfer will be key. AFT believes that all farmland is important and provides important co-benefits, but all farmland is not created equally. And we believe that a special effort needs to be made to protect the state's most productive farmland. So let me leave you with some closing resources. Here you see on the left information for our Farmland Information Center, which is a national clearinghouse for information about agricultural land. It is a treasure trove of information, from state policy and laws to statistics to information for landowners interested in protecting land. We have a whole team of staff who are awaiting your email or phone call and eager to assist you in finding information and data to help you in your farmland protection work. So we hope you will make use of that support in your work. I just a moment ago mentioned AFT's new National Agricultural Land Network. This is an initiative that we hope will build capacity for all of us, for NGOs to county agencies, state departments of agriculture to state departments of natural resources, to really learn from each other and to have advanced conversations about some of the challenges we are collectively facing. I think about some of the things that we've touched on today, the importance of incorporating land access and farmland protection. How do we do more to promote soil health and other conservation practices with farmers who are farming protected land? How to make ASAP and RCPP more effective in any particular state. There are a number of conversations that we hope to encourage and facilitate. And we hope this network can be of use to everybody. So if you would like more information or you'd like to join the network, please contact me, or you can contact my colleague, Chris Coffin. Her contact information is on this slide. Finally, I just want to thank you for taking time with me today. I've included my contact information here along with contact information for Jacob, whom you will speak with shortly. Please reach out to me. I hope we can connect via phone or an email in the near term and in person as soon as it's safe to do so. Thank you again and have a great day.
Welcome. I hope you enjoyed Jamie's presentation. I'm Sarah Jane Thompson, the Council Director of Member Services and Events, and I am joined with Virginia's own Jacob Gilley, American Farmland Trust, Sustainable Grazing Coordinator, and our very own cattle farmer in Madison County. Jacob, could you tell me a little bit more about AFT and what you do with them?
Yeah, certainly. So appreciate the opportunity, Sarah Jane, to be here today, and Kyle. Enjoyed working with Virginia Agribusiness throughout the years. And as Sarah Jane mentioned, my wife and I, we have a farm here in Madison, Virginia, where we raise beef cattle. We've got cow-calf pairs. We also background calves, direct market beef, pork, chicken to consumers. And then full-time work for American Farmland Trust as the Sustainable Grazing Project Coordinator. And I've been in this role for, I guess, about a year and a half now. Prior to that, I was with CFC Farm and Home Center as a field sales rep and enjoyed working with producers quite a bit out in the field. And so was able to bring a lot of the same areas that I enjoy working with CFC into American Farmland Trust. With AFT, I coordinate with 7 pilot producers in the northern Piedmont. So the counties that I specifically cover are Orange, Madison, Culpeper, Fauquier, and Rappahannock. And we chose this area that have a really high impact with producers. And as Jamie mentioned earlier, AFT is really focused on not only the land, but the producers. And so in working with producers, we're incorporating as many conservation practices as possible, such as stream exclusion, rotational grazing, cover crop, establishment, grazing cover crops, but also focusing on the profitability of production agriculture. And if producers aren't profitable, then they're not going to stay on the land.
Awesome. So we have a few questions, and keep rolling them in if you have them. So first, how does the Sustainable Grazing Project take the Farms Under Threat report data into account when working with landowners and producers in the region?
Certainly. And so we take that, as Jamie was talking about, the highly productive farmland, and we take that into account and try to focus our efforts when developing local and state policy. But specifically with the Sustainable Grazing Project, we are working to put lands that make sense into protection and through easements, working with producers through some of those questions to develop, the right methods and tools for their operations. Also spoken to several folks in Rappahannock County lately about how to increase overall tax base within the county without changing the landscape. And I think that's a challenge that a lot of rural communities face. And how do we keep our farmers on the land? How do we keep our counties moving with revenue without having a whole lot of development on prime farmlands? And so that's an area that we're focusing for sure.
Awesome. So we have one in the chat box. I know this isn't specifically your specialty, but I'll go ahead and ask it anyway, and we might need a redirect. But do you know if AFT is interested in replicating the campaign with Tillamook, I might have said that wrong, Creamery with other agribusinesses in their marketing and projects?
Yeah, I would certainly think so, and I'm pretty familiar with that work. We also had some work with Patagonia last year where they were matching some of our individual giving grants, and so yeah, definitely if you're an agribusiness or any business that wants to support conservation and helping producers be more profitable, reach out, and we'd be happy to help and have that conversation.
That's an awesome opportunity. So working with AFT and as a farmer yourself, what are some challenges that you see in the future of agriculture that you've been exposed to?
Certainly, and especially with young producers, I think land access is huge. I interned with Office of Farmland Preservation back in the day and enjoyed my time with FarmLink and Kevin Schmidt. And I think we're facing a lot of those same challenges. You know, the larger producers are getting larger, and certainly we understand the need for that from an economy of scale standpoint. But if you're a young and beginning producer trying to get started, it can certainly be a challenge to access land. The other area of focus with the Sustainable Grazing Project is if land is protected, it under permanent easement, it qualifies for tax breaks as if it were in production agriculture. Which is good. But at the same time, that doesn't incentivize landowners to lease land out to producers if they're already gaining that benefit. And so an area that we focus is how do we, like more of the social science of how can we convey responsible production practices in a way that landowners want to lease their land out to be stewarded by producers. And I think that's an area that's an opportunity for beginning producers. Also, we're starting to put forth efforts on establishing cover crops, because not only is that going to increase conservation efforts for water quality and topsoil retention, but also I see it as an opportunity for young and beginning producers to pick up land that's not currently being grazed. And so we're working with NRCS right now to potentially develop an RCPP proposal that will allow for fencing around crop fields and hay fields. And we're hoping these efforts will help young and beginning producers with land access. So that's certainly one of the biggest challenges. Urban sprawl is a challenge, but I will say it's also an opportunity with those at direct market, like our operation. You've got to have population in order to direct market.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely some opportunities there, and hopefully we can continue to work with the council and the policy end to support producers and agribusinesses moving forward. Though the Sustainable Grazing Project is primarily focused in Central Virginia, how do you plan to take what you're doing to the next level for further reach in Virginia and then beyond?
Certainly. So this past summer, we actually applied and received some funding from the Virginia Cattle Assessment Fund. And we're extremely grateful for that. And with those funds, we put on a summer annual grazing research demonstration plot at Locustdale Cattle Company here in Madison, Culpeper counties. And we had 52 producers come out to a meeting in early September, certainly did our social distancing. But through that work, we wrote a paper, also going to have a video series to have educational resources that can be disseminated throughout the state. And then also we've become involved with the U.S. Roundtable for Sustainable Beef Production. And through that platform, we're able to disseminate a lot of the work that we're doing here in Virginia at the local level and taking it up to the national level as well.
That's awesome. Well, I don't see any more questions coming in. Thank you so much, Jacob, for joining us. And again, thank you to you and your family and all the producers out there who have kept the supply chain moving during this time, because it's definitely been challenging on the industry, but y'all are the backbone. So thank you so much. And we will.
All right, well, thank you very much, Kyle.
Thank you. And we will go into a 10-minute break now and then be joined. So go get some coffee, get some snacks, and we'll be here shortly. Thank you.
At Smithfield Foods, everything we do is focused on producing good food responsibly. As a global food company, we're committed to doing business in a sustainable way throughout our entire supply chain. That's one of the reasons why we were the first major protein company to set an ambitious goal to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions across our entire supply chain 25% by 2025. To reach that goal, we created a platform called Smithfield Renewables.
Smithfield Renewables is really the platform that we use to ensure that we make our carbon reduction goal. As part of that, you'll have biogas projects, you'll have fertilizer optimization, grain supply chain projects. You'll have a lot of different things that come together.
Important initiatives within the Smithfield Renewables platform include the utilization of renewable biological materials from manure treatment systems at our hog farms to create sustainable fertilizer, manure-to-energy projects that transform hog manure into renewable natural gas, and the reestablishment of native grasslands and prairies to create habitats for monarch butterflies and provide biomass for methane generation in renewable natural gas projects.
Smithfield has long been a leader in the area of sustainability and innovation in our industry. These type of projects just further allow us to explore opportunities beyond what we've already done.
Learn more about Smithfield Renewables at smithfieldfoods.com/renewables.
Well, welcome back. Thank you again. Welcome back. Thank you again to Smithfield Foods and to all our sponsors for continuing to support the council. I'm honored to be joined now by Dr. John Bavay, who's an assistant professor in the Department of Agriculture and Applied Economics at Virginia Tech. John coordinates the department's extension and outreach programs, and his research focuses on the economics of food and agricultural policy in the United States. He's written research papers on topics such as the economics of food safety regulation, food labeling, and food waste, and analysis of voting on regulations affecting farms and foods. And he will be leading a series of webinars on risk management and sustainability for Virginia farms and agribusinesses, and you may have seen some of those already. Dr. Bavay recently received his BA from Washington and Lee in 2007 and his PhD from the University of California, Davis in 2014. He then worked as a researcher at the USDA Economic Research Service as an assistant professor at the University of Connecticut before returning to Virginia in 2019. We're excited to welcome him. He's been working on some research surrounding the impacts of COVID-19 on the industry with the Agribusiness Council support. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Bavay. Thanks for being here with us.
Thanks so much, Kyle, for having me here today. And it's really an honor to be able to speak to this audience. Having attended the annual meeting last year and learned a lot about what's happening in my new / readopted home state. So yeah, as you say, this work is largely motivated by conversations I had with Kyle back in the early phases of the pandemic. I'm going to be presenting the results of a survey on the impacts of COVID-19 on Virginia farms and agribusinesses. We really appreciated the support of the council in helping to recruit respondents. And I think that we got a lot of valuable data from this survey. I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors on this project. I have several. This project is really a joint collaborative effort between all of us. So Conaway Haskins, Catherine LaRochelle, Travis Mountain, and Jonathan Van Senton are all members of my department. Jonathan is also part of the Seafood Agricultural Research Experiment Station in Hampton. French Price and Nicole Schumann of Virginia Cooperative Extension also collaborated on this project. And we have been supported in this project by USDA's National Institute of Food and Agriculture under their award to the Southern Risk Management Extension Center at the University of Arkansas. So thanks again to all who supported the project. So I'll start with an overview of the survey. We collected responses from September 21st to October 11th. We employed the help of many folks around the state in reviewing the survey and helping us to distribute it, including many specialists and agents with Virginia Cooperative Extension. the Virginia Agribusiness Council, as I mentioned, Farm Bureau, VDACS, and many other organizations. I would like to start with a caveat. All results presented here are preliminary. They haven't been peer reviewed, and they should be redistributed only with caution, with the explanatory note that these results are preliminary. We have received 111 total responses over that 3-week period, which is pretty good, but it's not quite the number we were looking for. We attribute this to it being a 20-minute survey, which is probably too long to ask for many people to give that much time. Also, we didn't offer any kind of incentives, financial or otherwise, to participants for participating in the survey. I'd also like to sort of preface everything else I say by reminding you that these data are self-reported. Obviously, most survey data are self-reported, if not all. There may have been some concerns about confidentiality. We tried to allay those concerns. We are taking great measures to ensure that no individual's responses will be available in any form to the public. We've aggregated responses to protect confidentiality in this report and in all future subsequent reports. But there may still have been some concerns about confidentiality, especially around business financial details. The other thing is that respondents were self-selected. So they opted into participating, and it may be that people who were more passionate or who felt like they had been impacted more by the pandemic or simply had more to say about it may have chosen to respond. And so that may bias our results in a certain way. So first, I'm going to tell you a little bit about who responded to the survey. Breaking it down by region, this is the Virginia Cooperative Extension District map. So we had the most responses from the central region or the southern Piedmont, 42%, followed by Northern Virginia, which is a pretty inclusive definition, including everything north of, or including the Shenandoah Valley, Charlottesville, and areas north of Richmond, 28% from that northern region, and then 17% from the southeast and 12% from the southwest. We also broke down our responses in this. So for the next several slides, I'll be telling you about who responded, and we broke it down in several ways. By value of sales and contract deliveries in 2019. So a little under half of our respondents had less than $50,000 in sales and production contract deliveries in 2019. You can think of that as revenues. You may think that that's a lot of small farms represented, but actually compared with the USDA's Ag Census, it is slightly underrepresenting small farms. So according to the Ag Census, about 2/3 of farms in Virginia have less than $50,000 in annual revenue. And that's because many farms are really not money-making operations. I mean, farms with less than $5,000 in sales are essentially part-time farms. And then on the other side, we got overrepresentation from those farms with more than $500,000 in annual sales. So only about 5% of farms in the state, according to the Census of Agriculture, have more than $500,000 in sales. But I think thanks to the Virginia Agribusiness Council and some of our other recruitment efforts, we were able to get a large portion of our total respondents from these really economically important farms. So around 20% of our total responses were from these large farms with more than $500,000 in annual sales. So I'm also breaking it down here on this slide by type of product sold, either crop or livestock. And here, of course, farms can sell multiple different types of crop or livestock. Nearly 30% of our respondents sold beef cattle, about 25% field crops. The other category is a little bit large. That's to protect confidentiality. I'll also note that because of my colleague, Jonathan Van Senten, who, as I said, is at the Virginia Seafood AREC, we have a pretty large share of respondents from aquaculture, which is interesting. It's not a very important, I mean, it's actually pretty important in terms of the national aquaculture industry. Virginia is quite an important contributor, but in terms of the total value of farm production in Virginia, it's relatively small, and we have pretty decent response rate from aquaculture in this survey. So respondents by acreage, as I said, we had 111 total responses, but that we didn't force everybody to answer every question. So the total number of responses to individual questions is lower. This graph shows you the distribution of farms by acreage. Maybe about a third of those who responded to this question have more than $500 in acreage. And the colors, in case you can't see the tiny text there, the gray is for pasture, the orange is for cropland, and the blue is for other, which may be forest or maybe not in agriculture. Sorry. We had a pretty representative sample of respondents by age. 70% of our respondents were male. We did not ask or specify whether this should be the primary farm operator or business owner or whatever, but this just tells you who responded to the survey, about 70% male, 30% female. We also broke it down by race and ethnicity. 0 respondents said they were Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin. 10% said they were either American Indian or Alaska Native, Asian, Black, or African American. Unfortunately, we forgot to write white or Caucasian as an option here, but I think we can infer with pretty good confidence that the 90% of people who chose other race are white, identify as white. So the first section of the survey, or the first section of results that I'm going to present to you, is disruptions, adaptation, and mitigation. This is kind of qualitative data. So how were businesses impacted by the pandemic, or how have they been? How did they continue to be? And again, this survey was taken starting in the beginning of September through a couple weeks ago. So businesses had had roughly 6 months of going through the struggles to adapt to the pandemic. This, tells us where we are right now, rather than sort of what the impacts were in March or April. But it may reflect some impacts that were temporary. So nearly half said that they had decreased value of sales or increased production costs. 41% said that they had reduced outlets at which to sell their products. 38% mentioned labor challenges. And then about a quarter said they either had difficulty acquiring farm supplies or challenges with transportation and or shipping. Only 7% of our respondents said that they had no disruptions attributable to the pandemic. And as I said, people self-selected into this. So maybe if a farm had no significant disruptions, they didn't feel like there was anything that they wanted to share with Virginia Tech or the other entities involved in creating this study, maybe they wouldn't have opted into taking the study, but still 7% of the people who did respond said that they had no disruptions attributable to the pandemic. Among those who said that they had trouble acquiring supplies or accessing services, which was a little under a third of the total respondents, about half of those people said they had trouble acquiring chemicals and fertilizer, 29% seed, and 17 to 21%, as you can see, had trouble acquiring or accessing services, acquiring feed, or buying animals or accessing veterinarian services. One of the other questions we asked early on before we got into the quantitative part of the analysis was whether the current political climate has influenced farms' ability to make planning decisions or capital investments. And we, as the election is approaching, then this is on all of our minds for various reasons. We were just interested in seeing whether the uncertainty has impacted the ability to make future planning decisions. And so we left it open in terms of what exactly how the political climate may be influencing the ability to make planning and investment decisions. Almost half of people said that it has hindered planning and investment decisions. 12% of people said it has helped with planning and investment decisions, and the rest of people said it had no effects or they were not sure. We also asked about the impacts of COVID on labor supply and demand. So about 14% of people said that they had terminated, furloughed, or laid off employees or contract laborers due to COVID-19. And we intended for this to mean due to the stress of the pandemic rather than due to illness. 19% of our respondents said that they were aware of either family members, employees, or close relatives of employees or contract laborers who had become ill with COVID-19, either diagnosed or suspected. And of those 19%, 40%, so 8% of our total respondents, had lost work due to employees or family members of employees being ill, either diagnosed or suspected COVID-19. But I want to highlight that on average, of those 8% of farms who indicated that they had lost work days due to COVID-19, 26 work days per farm were lost. So that's fairly significant. Getting into COVID financial assistance programs, of course, you're all probably very familiar with some of the acronyms. CFAP, the Coronavirus Food Assistance Program, was very widely utilized, or fairly widely utilized. 30% of our respondents said they had applied for CFAP. And then another 22% said they had applied for the Paycheck Protection Program. We also asked questions about aid from state and local agencies. So Virginia Department of Ag and Consumer Services, VDACS, 5% of people said they'd applied for some relief funding from VDACS, and 5% from county and city development agencies. Clearly, the federal programs through Small Business Administration and the USDA have been the most important for the people who responded to this survey. But still, only 30% have applied for CFAP. I would have to look into it and see what the total number of people who've applied for any sort of funding is. So next, we asked about other types of, or other strategies or resources that our respondents had drawn on for financial support to get through the crisis. 50% of people said they had drawn on personal savings. Others listed financial institutions, some loans from financial institutions, not including PPP or the SBA's EIDL program. 23% listed credit cards. Many people either asked family members for loans or for additional help with farm activities. And you can see some of the other strategies that, or types of institutions that people relied on. Okay, so before we get into the sort of bottom line economic impacts on Virginia farms, I'd like to talk with you in a bit more detail about the methodology we use to calculate these impacts and the survey questions that we ask that are more quantitative. So we had two blocks of questions related to the economic impact. One is about value of sales and production contract deliveries. Originally, we had listed revenues here, but we just wanted to be explicit about what we meant by revenues. So we ask about sales and production contract deliveries. And then on the other side, we have expenses. We asked them for information about their farm's revenues and expenses for 3 time periods, 2019, what their expectations were for 2020 prior to the pandemic, and then current expectations for 2020, now that we're 9 months into, at the time we were 9 months into 2020. And then we asked them about these revenues and expenses using 2 different elicitation methods. First, we asked about the range of dollar values for revenues and expenses in each period. And then we ask about percentage change from 2019 to what their current expectation for 2020 is, and also the dollar value of the change from 2019 to 2020. And I'll talk with you in just for the next couple of minutes about these questions in a bit more detail. So, as I said, first we ask about what was the value of your farms or businesses' sales and production contract deliveries in 2019. We included an additional message here to remind people that their information would be kept confidential and would only be seen by the research team. And then we asked them to list their revenue in 2019 according to one of the 12 sales classes that you see here on the screen. These are pretty broad ranges, especially when you get to the higher end of the distribution. And then, in addition, we asked one sort of lead-in question, whether their expected revenues in 2020 current expected revenues in 2020 were higher, lower, or about the same as in 2019. And similarly, we asked about their expenses, higher, lower, or about the same. And depending on how they'd answer that question, we asked them to list how much their gross value of sales and production contract deliveries and their gross expenses had decreased in 2019 compared to 2020, or if it increased, we would ask it that way. We ask it in percentage terms and in dollar terms. And now, not everybody responded to this. We didn't force a response here to this or the previous block of questions about revenues by sales classes. So people shouldn't have felt compelled to answer it. But this is probably a bit more a kind of seen as private information because it's more precise and more detailed. And I think that's why fewer people responded to this form of asking the questions. Okay, so to calculate revenues under each method, we went through a process. First, I guess I'll talk with you about sort of the pros and cons of this approach, asking about the classes of revenues and expenses. First, because it's more vague, it's less precise. Hopefully, respondents would have felt like they were giving up less sensitive information by just clicking the button to say which sales class they were in. But this presents problems in terms of our economic analysis because it's less precise. And specifically what I mean by it being less precise is that when we see that some farm changed classes from one sales class to another, we wouldn't really have any additional information about how big the shift was. It was just from one sales class to another. And so I'm going to give you 3 examples of how we would calculate a change in revenues based on the answers to that first block of questions. So example 1, if a farm's revenue falls from $110,000 to $90,000, that farm is going to report a change from the $100,000 sales class to the $100,000 to $250,000 sales class, down to the $50,000 to $99,000 sales class. And then based on the USDA's Census of Agriculture for Virginia for 2017, the average value of sales within each of these classes are $159,000 and $69,000 respectively. So we are going to estimate a $90,000 drop for this farm, even though in reality, they only had a $20,000 drop from $110,000 to $90,000. On the other hand, we could also see much bigger decreases in revenue and still estimate a $90,000 drop. If you go from the upper end of one sales class to the lower end of another, in this case from $240,000 to $60,000, you'd have a $180,000 decrease in revenues, but we're only going to be estimating a $90,000 decrease. On average, those differences should cancel each other out if you have enough observations. But as I said, we only have 111 observations. So that may be sort of biasing our estimates of what's happened in the state, one direction or another. And it's hard to say which direction that bias might be. And then as a third example, you may have a huge drop within a sales class. So if you drop your revenue, if your revenue drops from $240,000 to $110,000, that's obviously a huge reduction, $130,000 reduction, but because it's within the same sales class, according to these Census of Agriculture definitions, we would estimate a $0 drop. And then we would do the same thing for expenses using the USDA's Census of Agriculture estimates for expenses within each expense class. And then from that, we estimate profits, revenue minus expenses. Under method 2, where we ask about percentage changes and dollar changes in revenues and expenses, of course, the cons here are that respondents may have felt less comfortable giving that kind of detailed information. On the pro side, this information is much more precise. You're not going to see those huge drops that go estimated as $0 decrease in revenue, for example. But this is going to require that the respondent make a calculation. And we found sometimes the answers given were mathematically inconsistent with the questions that they'd answered earlier. So that's something to keep in mind. And we may end up redoing the analysis, revisiting the analysis only where some of the calculations, I guess where we keep only those farms that did the calculation in a plausible way based on the earlier responses. However, on average, if you have enough responses, the two methods should produce the same results. If we had, say, 1,000 responses, I think we would see the difference between the two estimation approaches coming pretty close to each other, as long as everybody's calculating these percentage changes correctly. And then we started by calculating or estimating the changes in revenues, changes in expenses, and changes in profit for each individual farm. And then we also calculate it for different groups of farms. Again, for method one, we use the averages for each sales or expense class from the Census of Agriculture. And then in method two, we combine these answers about percentage change and dollar change to calculate the impact on each individual farm. And then we aggregate to the regional level to show you how results differ by sales class, by type of product sold, and by operator gender and race. And because, of course, with only 110, 111 farms, we don't have a representative sample of all farms in the state. We reweight the answers that we got to try to generate statewide estimates of the impacts on statewide impacts on the entire agri industry in the state. And we use information from the Census of Agriculture on number of farms in each sales class and number of farms that produce each different type of crop or livestock to generate those representative statewide estimates. Okay, impact of COVID-19 on Virginia farm revenues is the first, and then I'll go through expenses and profits. Again, these are preliminary results, haven't been peer reviewed, and I just need to give you that caveat, and hopefully within maybe either later this fall or early next year, we'll be able to produce a report that we feel 100% confident in the results of. So here in the next several slides, I'm going to talk with you about estimated change in revenues for farms in various groupings using each method. So here, the blue bar tells you what the decrease in revenues was using 2020 compared with 2019, and then the orange bar tells you 2020 compared with current with the original expectations for 2020. 2020 compared with the original pre-COVID expectations for 2020. And then the gray bar is using method two, where we ask more directly about percentage change and dollar value of change in revenues. So here, based on each method, the impacts were greater in the northern region and the southwest region. I'd have to dig into it a little bit more, but I think that this is probably more tied to the type of product produced by farms in these regions rather than a sort of specific impact specific to northern and southwest Virginia. We also broke down the results by sales class. As you can see here, everybody under most of the estimation methods had negative impact in revenue, no matter whether they were large farms or small farms. Those with more than $500,000 in annual sales did better than almost everybody else. And of course, for some of the smaller farms, we did see a large increase in revenues compared with 2019. And I would say that has nothing to do with COVID-19, most likely, but just more about a farm expanding its business. It may have something to do with people having more demand for local food, locally produced food. But at this point, I can't say what's driving that. And I would just focus more on showing you that the impacts on revenues were really large, for the most part, at least 20% across all sales classes. Here, I break down the results on revenue by type of farm. So aquaculture producers had the biggest impact, 60 to 80%. Beef and cattle producers, it was around 30 to 40% decrease in revenues, depending on the method used. I would also highlight that under one of the methods, where we ask about percentage increase in and decrease in revenues, nursery, greenhouse, and floriculture producers actually saw an increase, about 11% increase in revenues, which doesn't really surprise me based on anecdotes and conversation I've had. Lots of people have been interested in gardening and growing their own food at home and that kind of thing. And then these are the estimates for the entire state. So as I said, we use this data from the Census of Agriculture to reweight our results, both by sales class, which is in blue, and by farm type of product sold in orange. So under method 1, we're estimating roughly a 19 to 27% decrease in revenues for the state as a whole. And under method 2, the impacts are quite a bit smaller, but it's still 5 to 10%. And again, I guess I should say as an explanatory note, just to make sure that I do put it in there, the differences in the estimates between method 1 and method 2 may be partly due to fewer people responding under method 2, fewer people sharing that information about the percentage changes and dollar value changes. So in other words, it may just be a different sample of people who are responding. And it could be that, if everybody had answered all the questions, we could see much more similar results between method 1 and method 2. Another thing that I'd like to highlight is that the women who responded to the survey reported much greater impacts than the men. And this is consistent with national trends across many different industries and professions where women have been pressured to spend more time doing childcare or elder care. Again, I don't know details about whether the women who responded to the survey were sole operators of their farms or whether they managed the farms jointly with men. But in any case, our survey responses show that our respondents had much greater impacts if they were women than if they were men. As you can see, between 35 and 45% under method 1, a decrease in revenues. There were also much greater impacts for minorities who responded. Again, only about 10% of those who responded were self-identifying as American Indian or Alaska Native, Black, or African American or Asian. But the impacts among those who responded and said they were one of these minority groups were much greater in terms of revenues, and as you'll see in a few minutes, also in terms of expenses and profits. Around 40 to 60% decrease in revenues among minorities. I'm going to go through the rest of the slides quickly because I realize I don't have very much time left. But I want to note it is interesting that where we estimated large impacts on revenues for certain groups of farms, we also tended to see large impacts on expenses for the same groups of farms. So in the northern region of Virginia and the Southwest, there were much greater increases in expenses. Similarly, beef and cattle producers reported much greater impacts on expenses than everybody else. All other types of farms tended to be 10% or lower increases in expenses, but for beef and cattle producers, it was between about 18 and nearly 50% increase in expenses reported. Weighting our results to generate estimates for the whole state, we see our estimate is that expenses increased by somewhere between 6 and 13% under any of the methods and any of the weighting schemes. Again, women reported greater impacts in terms of increased expenses, and minorities who responded to the survey reported much greater impacts. I'll also highlight that this is, that the impacts of the pandemic have been felt much greater in terms of health outcomes and also incomes, I believe, by minorities than non-minority whites. So this is similar, again, to sort of broader national impacts outside of agriculture. And then last, again, we used our estimates of revenues and expenses to calculate changes in profits. And again, these results are preliminary. We do a comparison of 2019 profits and 2020 profits under each method. You can see that many of the, several of the size categories reported negative profits, or we estimate negative profits based on their answers about revenues and expenses in 2019. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that $50,000 to $100,000 sales class, but that estimate was consistent across method 1 and method 2. Obviously, small farms that are operating on a part-time basis, it wouldn't be too surprising to see many of them putting more in terms of their expenses than what they get out of it. But another thing that I'd like to highlight, so, I mean, I guess first of all, there's negative signs. That's not a typo, that is what we calculated. But across all these different size categories, we see a negative change in profit, except for those very smallest farms under $5,000 in sales. And for the largest farms, we're estimating somewhere between about $100,000 and even close to $500,000 decrease in profit. Another important thing to think about is the impacts on profit by type of crop or livestock sold. If you look at field crops, you see a really large change estimated under method 1, nearly $200,000 decrease in profits for the average grower of field crops in the state. And beef and cattle was really consistently impacted, as you know, it's not surprising based on everything we read about how the industry has been affected this year, and you know, what I showed you earlier about changes in expenses and revenues, but between $75,000 and $122,000 decrease per beef and cattle producer. This is our extrapolation of profits to the entire state. And I realize that I'm running out of time. We're between 20 and 70% decrease in profits. And I know that's a very wide range. But I mean, it's also very clear that farms have been very severely impacted by the pandemic, at least our respondents report having been. And, you know, again, we calculate the impacts by gender of the person who responded and by race, and we see really, really negative impacts for minorities and for women. So to summarize and conclude, again, the result of all this is calculating between 20 and 70% decrease in profits. And I, with my team, we're going to spend more time looking into it and so trying to see if we can explain some of the differences in the estimates better. Well, some of the reasons. Do I have more time? Okay, I'll just wrap it up in a minute. Some of the reasons for these differences may be that, well, as I said, fewer people responded to those questions about percentage change and dollar change. And that's basically telling me that we have a different sample of farmers who responded. It may not, like if everybody responded to both sets of questions, we may see our estimates being much more similar using the two different methods. As I mentioned, some of the respondents did make errors in calculating the percentage based on the information that they'd given us in the prior set of questions. Maybe they were calculating the percentage correctly, but they'd answered the previous questions incorrectly. And lastly, again, we have a small sample size. If I had 1,000 respondents, I would expect to see the two sets of estimations methods producing very similar results. So to sort of help uncover more details about what's happened, we are hoping to do follow-up surveys in the next 3 to 6 months. That's always been part of the plan, both to see how impacts change over time and hopefully to get more precise answers about some of these questions, so what explains some of the differences. And then we will refine our analysis. This is really hot off the presses, but we will work together to refine our analysis and put together a more formal report. And we'll see whether that report's going to be sometime later this fall or after the subsequent surveys are done. I'm going to meet with my team next week, and we're going to discuss sort of our follow-up plans. So thanks again for tuning in. Thanks again to the Virginia Agribusiness Council for hosting me, inviting me to share these results, and really for also, again, for helping to recruit respondents and really kind of get the ball rolling on this in the first place. Thanks.
Well, thank you, John. We appreciate you coming on. I mean, this is fascinating. I was taking notes as you went through. My first question is a clarifying one, and by the way, we will do the same method with questions for the audience that we have been doing in the past. If you have a specific question for Dr. Bebe, please drop it in the chat box, and we'll ask it. We've had a lot of discussions here recently about the dairy industry and the impacts we've heard from them. I noticed in a lot of the slides it was not one of the categories listed. Were they, just to clarify, were they folded into cattle and livestock, or did you just not have any dairy respondents?
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. I'm glad you noticed that. We didn't have enough dairy farms respond to be able to report on that without getting, like, it was more than one dairy farm who responded. I don't remember how many, but it wasn't sufficient to be able to report the effects on the dairy industry without possibly violating confidentiality.
Great. And
so it's
by the
folded
way,
into other.
Right.
Yeah.
And I will, and as a follow-up question to that, you know, obviously we want to try to make this as palatable to producers as possible going forward in your follow-up surveys, and we're certainly willing to support those efforts because the data really helps inform our policy discussions. Any thoughts about what you would do to try to increase those responses, how you would change the questionnaire, and what kind of questions you would be asking to try to inform the next round of data? Well,
yeah, so I guess I'll start by saying we got a lot of feedback, including from you, Kyle, and many other people before we released the survey. So we were able to, I think, refine some of our questions, take out some questions that were seen as less relevant and really just requiring more time without yielding the kind of information we wanted. Every question we asked was one that we really did want information on for one reason or another, whether it was to help with extension programming or to help sort of explain differences in the ways that different types of businesses were impacted by the pandemic. So I think that the survey has helped to sort of clarify the kinds of questions that people were interested in or comfortable with answering. As I mentioned, asking questions about revenues and expenses by sales class is less precise, but more people were willing to answer that type of question. So I think that going forward, it may be better if we simplify things, ask questions that people were pretty much always willing to respond to. And that would be one way to start. Another thing we might consider doing, and again, I'm going to meet with my team next week to discuss what our plans are going to be moving forward. If we had the ability to say, support, just sort of recognize people's contributions, the time that they've committed with maybe a $5 or $10 electronic gift card. This could be something that people would see as at least some compensation for the time that they've shared. But I think that the main thing will be to streamline the survey and ask those questions that really everybody was most comfortable with answering. Right.
Well, I think the impact on the industry is pretty clear in the preliminary data. In that, obviously, there was pretty large loss of revenue, and expenses continue to go up, which really hurts producers' profits. I'm interested to note why you think, just an opinion on why so many types of farms, almost across the board, were not planning on applying for any type of aid, knowing that their responses
Yeah.
I was pretty caught by that, and the fact that they had lost so many working days due to the pandemic.
Right.
And all were reporting disruptions in revenue, and yet applications for aid were way down.
Yeah, that's a great question, Kyle. And it's one that I haven't had time to dig into yet. We did ask some follow-up questions about why farms hadn't applied for aid. But as I said, we finished collecting these data less than 3 weeks ago. And so I just had time to prepare this presentation this morning, and I haven't looked into that particular question yet, but it's an important one. My colleague Conway Haskins is particularly interested in exploring why farms didn't apply for all the aid that they may have been eligible for. Of course, not all farms are eligible for CFAP, but yeah, 30% is that's the share of respondents who reported applying for CFAP. That seems rather low. Great question.
Yeah, I will just tell you anecdotally, I know a lot of producers that I had talked to said that they had frustrations with the process of applying for those funds. Obviously you're competing with an awful lot of different interests when it comes to CFAP funds, and we're competing with other states when it comes to some of those monies. And so it's very difficult to compete and show those losses. You have to turn over quite a bit of information to show you were eligible.
Right. And it's, let me just put in a plug too, though, and say that some of our extension agents and cooperative extension have been working with producers to help them with that kind of paperwork. Not all have been, but some have. And so if you're considering applying for the next round of CFAP funding, but need help with paperwork, call up your local extension agent, and if they can't help, they may be able to refer you to someone else who can.
That's an excellent PSA. Doctor, thank you. I see we are running a little low on time, and we have run out of questions in the chat box. I want to thank you again. Please look for, there's a few things we're going to be looking for when it comes to follow-up surveys, and obviously the council will use its resources to try to help you get those responses, because we use the data in our efforts to argue for more help for the industry, and we obviously want to make sure that we know how the current situations that are likely going to last for a long period of time into the future. And so that's kind of my last question, just to end on, is how do you see, knowing the disruption that we've seen nationally in agricultural markets and internationally for that matter, how long do you forecast the economic impacts of this lasting, knowing that we could be dealing with the effects of COVID-19 for a very long time?
Yeah, well, as you say, Kyle, I think that we will be dealing with the impacts of COVID for a very long time. I think it's pretty well agreed upon that even after the vaccine comes out, first of all, vaccine won't eliminate the problem immediately. It'll need to be produced in mass and distributed and taken by enough people. And I think that even after we're not concerned as much about contracting COVID, when we go out in public, it's still going to take years for the economy to recover, based on analysis that I've read, not based on analysis that I've done. And the farm industry, the farm economy, is going to be impacted just the same as any other industry. I mean, so much of our economy now is driven by services like restaurants and entertainment, and food is, of course, an essential component to the restaurant business. If people aren't going out to eat as much, those changes may be permanent, or at least partially part of those changes may be permanent. If demand for restaurant food is here now, maybe it'll come up to here, but maybe not all the way back up to where it was. And so, I mean, I would say at a minimum years, and certain things about the way that business is done across all industries are probably going to have to change. on a permanent basis because of the lasting impacts on the economy of the pandemic, unfortunately.
On that note, Dr. John Bavay, thank you for joining us and all the work you're doing, and everyone at Virginia Tech, Virginia Cooperative Extension, and everyone down the line are doing to provide a whole host of services, not just this, but certainly the economic data to help us make some decisions here over the coming year. With that, we are going to take a 5-minute break. We will be back at 12:05, with which we will conduct our business meeting and our awards presentation and have our keynote address from Virginia Free Executive Director Chris Saxman. Thank you again for joining us, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Thanks again, Kyle.
For more than 40 years, First Bank & Trust has been providing exceptional service for farmers by farmers. That makes us the right partner for all your agriculture needs. Our bank and our team are deeply rooted in the farming industry. From the very beginning, one of our primary goals has been to provide a better lending experience and more comprehensive service to farmers, first in Russell County, Virginia, and now across 7 states, including Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, Virginia, Tennessee, and North and South Carolina. Since our founding, we have built lifelong relationships with countless farmers. Our people, lenders, support staff, and managers are what make the difference in your experience with First Bank & Trust.
They really showed us that they know the agricultural industry. It was comforting to know that we had a bank and a loan officer that knew the process and the project because they had done it. It was evident that they had done it many times before.
We have highly motivated, well-trained staff with the top credentials in the industry. But more importantly, we pride ourselves on having built a staff of lenders who understand and relate to the unique needs of your business and contribute to your success on a year-over-year basis.
If I were to recommend First Bank & Trust to another farmer, I would tell them that they understand agriculture and let them in to understand your business, and they will work with you to craft the best solution.
Our team has received national recognition for our commitment to the agriculture industry. In fact, we have been named one of the top 50 ag lenders in the country and the largest ag lender in Virginia. We've also grown to become the largest FSA guaranteed lender in the state of Virginia. We aren't shy about pulling out all the stops for our clients. We keep our finger on the pulse of a wide range of agricultural segments so that we can bring unique and valuable knowledge to your operation. Our individual team members serve in positions of influence in a wide variety of agricultural organizations like the Virginia Agribusiness Council, National Cattlemen's Beef Association, Virginia Fairs Board, North Carolina Pork Council, and Tennessee Resource Conservation and Development. You might be a part-time farmer or a row crop distributor producing thousands of tons of product a year. Either way, we have a team meant to serve you and your unique needs. Our portfolio includes beef cattle, dairy, row crops, poultry, and many other agricultural commodities. Talk to a lender today and learn how we can create custom solutions for your agricultural needs.
Website, and I hope you'll
Good afternoon.
stay with
Thank
me
you all
here
for
as
joining
we
our first virtual annual meeting.
go to that
I hope
site.
you found the presentations thus far to be as interesting as I have. I would like to thank all of our presenters for taking the time to participate and inform our members about the state of the industry in 2020 and offering their perspectives on what may lie ahead. We would now like to recognize the newest members of the Virginia Agribusiness Council
So let's dive
who have
into
joined
Virginia
thus far
results
in
here,
2020.
and let's start by going to
Briarview Farms, Route 11 Potato Chips, Southland Dairy Farmers, Caleb Hinkle, Ben Morrison, Southflex Cattle Company, Novec, Greenside Up Landscaping, Weeded Lawn Service, True Green, Agronomic Lawn Management, Weedman. This year has certainly posed challenges for the entire industry, and the value of being a council member has never been clearer. If you've not yet become a member, consider joining our organization. Visit our website or contact our staff to find out how you can enjoy today. This time we'll move into our annual meeting and elections. I'd like to call the 2020 annual membership meeting of the Virginia Agribusiness Council to order. According to our secretary, Mr. Patrick Conley, we have a quorum present. We now need to act upon the approval of the 2019 annual meeting minutes. A copy of these minutes were sent via email to all registrants, and a link to the minutes should be shared on your chat box. Is there a motion to approve the 2019 annual meeting minutes? If so, please indicate this motion in the chat box. Is there a second? All in favor, please type aye or yes in your chat box. All opposed, nay or no. The motion carries. Thank you. Is there any other business to come before the membership? Thank you. I would now like to call upon our Nominations Committee Chair, Mr. Easton Loving, for a report from our nominating committee. Easton.
Thank you, Lee. Certainly my pleasure and an honor to present to the membership today the slate for 2021. But before we do that, really important business to do first. We always like to recognize those board members who are going to be stepping down and retiring from the board. And first, I want to recognize two folks who will be stepping down from the board. First, Dr. Dan Brand, who's been a great friend to this council, a great board member, and frankly was a real mentor to me when I first joined the council. Also, Mr. Gary Heldreth, who served us very well over the past couple of years, will both be stepping down. And I want to thank each of them for their service, not just to the council, but also to our industry. I also want to thank your council vice chair, Charlie Stubbs. Charlie will be stepping down from the board also at the end of this year. And we will we'll certainly recognize Charlie at another time in a very appropriate manner, who's, again, been a great friend to the industry for a number of years and also a dear mentor to a number of us on this board. The council's nominating committee has been working over the past several months to provide you with a slate of board nominees, and at this time I'm going to walk you through those section by section. The nominating committee is pleased to present to you nominees for the board for terms beginning January 20, 2021. So we're all looking forward to turning the page on 2020, right? With 1 year terms, the list is Bob Hare, Riley Farm of Timberville, Gene Copenhaver Brothers Farm of Meadowview, Brad Cornelius, Farm Credit of the Virginias of Harrisonburg, John Fleet Brothers of Hartfield, Paul Franklin, Colonial Farm Credit of Mechanicsville, Basil Gooden Family Farms of Buckingham, Gil Gratton, Virginia Green Lawn Care of Richmond, Lynn Graves, Grace Mountain Farms of Syria, Lee Hartman, Bluestone Vineyards of Bluestone, Matt Hickman, Dublin Farms of Horntown, Wes Marshall Farms of Weir's Cave, Steve Patterson, Southern States Cooperative of Richmond, Alicia Patori, Bank of America Merrill Lynch of Charlottesville, Clay Roberts, Hastings Farm of Sandston, Chuck Saunders Farms of Midlothian, Steve Sturgis, Tri-S Farms of Eastville, Tom Talaferro, Montague Farms of Center Cross, Ryan Turman, the Turman Group of Floyd, Blake Wagner, Green Valley Poultry Farm of Abilene, and Megan Day, Virginia State FFA President, who will serve in an ex officio role. and that concludes the one-year terms beginning in 2021. Now I'm going to go over the 3-year terms by 3 separate groups, beginning with the nominations for the 2021-2023 term, beginning with Patrick Conley, Landscape Supply of Richmond; Trey Davis, Bear Crop Science of Richmond; Wayne Kirby, Greenfield Farm of Mechanicsville; Stuart Leith, Smithfield Foods of Smithfield; Doug Phillips, Phillips and Terman Tree Farms of Indian Valley; Keith Phillips, First Bank and Trust Company of Harrisonburg; and Jim Rydell, Georgewood Farm of Louisa. Continuing on with the 2019 through 2021 term, this group includes Kern Howe Corporation of Weir's Cave; Easton Lovin, West Rock of Fort Union; Robert Pemberton, Cherrydale Farm of Doswell; Marlene Pearson Joliffe, Commonwealth Fairs and Events of Doswell; Mark Ramsey, Culpeper Farms of Culpeper; Lee Scott, Universal Leaf Tobacco of Richmond; and Danny Treckheis Nurseries of Grottos. And finally, Mr. Chairman, continuing with the 2021 through 2022 term, 3-year term, this group includes Jay Abbott, Red Sun Farms of Dublin; Brandon Davis, Tyson's of Dunallen; Matt Faulkner, Rappahannock Electric Co-op of Fredericksburg; Martin Gardner, Blue Ridge Aquaculture of Martinsville; Lindsay Reams, the Maryland and Virginia Milk Producers Cooperative Association of Amelia; Dick Wiley, Purdue Agribusiness of Tappahannock; and Andrew Behorn, the Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware Association of Electric Cooperatives. Mr. Chairman, the nominating committee places these individuals in nomination for election to the Virginia Agribusiness Council's Board of Directors with terms beginning January 1, 2021. It's certainly a strong group, and it's an honor to place this group in nomination.
Thank you, Easton. Are there any nominations from the floor? If not, is there a motion to elect these nominations by acclamation? Is there a second? All in favor, please type aye or yes in your chat box. All those opposed, nay or no. The motion carries. Thank you all. This time we'd like to move into our awards presentation. On behalf of the Council's Board of Directors and staff, we want to thank you again for attending. We will continue our program with our awards presentation. First, I'd like to take a moment to recognize all of our industry members received award recognition for the Council in 2020. The Alvin W. Blau Distinguished Service Award to Mr. Jim Rydell. Agribusiness Environment Award, Wrenwood Farms. Distinguished Leadership Award, Ernolf Hoff Corporation. Land Grant University Award, Dr. Scott Ritter, Virginia Cooperative Extension, and Dr. Osniabi of Virginia Tech. Special recognition of an Agribusiness Award, Phillips and Terman Tree Farms. Special recognition of an individual award, Dr. Jewel Brona. Congratulations to all our award winners. Now it's time for us to present our Agribusiness of the Year. The Virginia Agribusiness Council's Agribusiness of the Year Award is given annually to a member of the council for exceptional contributions to the industry, and this year, certainly no exception. This year, we recognize an industry leader in providing producers and silvicultural businesses with the tools they need to succeed for over 90 years. James River Equipment was formed in 1926 when founder Rudolph Romer opened a John Deere dealership in Holly, Colorado. Their commitment to customers and dedication to customer service was expanded out eastward in 1977 when the Romer family purchased a dealership in Virginia. That tradition continues with Rudolph's great-grandson, Mark, the current president of James River Equipment, which is now 44 locations strong, operating in Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Their partnership with producers, nurseries, turf grass, and everyone in between makes them the perfect candidate for this year's Agribusiness of the Year. They have offered steadfast support to the Council's mission of being the unified voice for the industry, and we appreciate all they do to allow our members to thrive. It is my pleasure to recognize James River Equipment for their support and dedication to the Council and the dedicated service they provide to the agribusiness community.
So once again, I'm here with Mark Romer, Burge Cox, and Justin Canada at James River Equipment. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Virginia Agribusiness Council, Mark, congratulations on James River Equipment being named the 2020 Virginia Agribusiness Council Agribusiness of the Year. Congratulations, and thank you for all the great work you do for the industry.
Well, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
On behalf of all my partners at James River Equipment, I'm really proud to accept this award. We very much value your organization, and we love to participate with you. Thank you very much. We really feel honored.
James River Equipment, your working partner, with roots in the business for over 90 years. In 1926, James River Equipment began as Romer Mercantile, a small John Deere agriculture equipment dealer in Holly, Colorado. Through the power of partnership, the dealership flourished and expanded as our sister company, Four Rivers Equipment, throughout the Rocky Mountains. But we weren't done there. In 1977, the Romer family headed out east and purchased a dealership in Virginia and eventually became James River Equipment, a company offering construction and ag equipment with many locations across the Carolinas and Virginia. Although James River Equipment has experienced rapid growth, we still hold true to our founding roots. We believe that our company is better managed from the ground up. That's why each location has a general manager who can specifically cater to their own customers' needs. The partnership with our customers is a strong bond. We share their visions and strive to provide ways to reach their goals. This keeps the relationship with our customers close, honest, and profitable for both parties. James River Equipment is a partner with each of our communities. Each James River location participates in their community by the choice of their local staff. We believe that giving is a personal act, and we strive to keep that act on a local level to uphold the integrity behind it. Your working partner means we'll be by your side until the job is done. It means being someone you can trust. It means being a friend. James River Equipment, your working partner.
Congratulations once again on your much-deserved award and all that you do to serve the agribusiness industry. To introduce our keynote speaker, here is our Executive Director, Kyle Shreve.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our keynote speaker at our awards luncheon part of our annual meeting. It's my pleasure to introduce Chris Saxman, the Executive Director of Virginia Free, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that informs the business community in favor of free enterprise and responsible pro-business government. Chris served in the Virginia House of Delegates from 2002 to 2010, and during his time there, he served on the Commerce and Labor and Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources committees, two committees with which the council deals with fairly regularly. And in 2007, U.S. Senator John McCain asked him to co-chair his Virginia campaign for president along with U.S. Senator John Warner. Prior to that, Saxman served as the general manager of his family's bottled water business based in Stanton from 95 until 2010. And he also served as chairman of the board of directors for the National Bottled Water Association in 2007. He was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a fellow Western Virginia boy, Western Pennsylvania boy, just as I am myself. And so, you know, us Western Pennsylvanians have a lot of fun, although I tease Chris quite a bit of the fact that I'm a Cleveland Browns fan and he's a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. And so we have a lot of fun when it comes to our football teams, but we agree on an awful lot when it comes to lobbying, the business community, and where we see what we see going on at the Virginia General Assembly as well as nationally. So Chris, welcome and thank you for joining us and offering your thoughts on how the political environment, both nationally and here in the Commonwealth, is going to affect the business community for the next several years.
Well, thanks, Kyle, and thank you to the Virginia Agribusiness Council for having me keynote this virtual meeting. We're in a new world, and I never would have considered anything like this going on when I was in the General Assembly, let alone running for office. The task that you face right now, trying to effectively lobby on behalf of the Commonwealth's largest industry, is monumental, and I can't impress upon your board and your membership enough how important their relationships in government are at all levels. This is the time to double down, if not triple down, your involvement and your engagement and your awareness of politics. A little story how I got involved in politics, just to give you a sense of what's possible. Back in 1992, I was a teacher of history and government at a girls' school in Stanton, Virginia, and we were going through the nomination process in American government. Where can you have the most impact? And it was running the numbers, talking about turnout, 100 million in presidential, 1 million in a statewide, 1,000 in a convention, 1 out of 20 at a local delegates committee meeting, and my students were like, where can we have the most impact? What can we do? And they were all fired up. It was a vibrant group, and we had a great conversation. They said, well, what do you do, Mr. Saxman? And I said, well, I vote. At the time I was 27, just turned 27. Had a kid, had a baby on the way in 93. So that we were young and married and, not really engaged politically, but aware. I studied it. I was a European history major, was aware of the forces of history, the forces of politics and its impact on society and geopolitics and all that kind of stuff. But so I voted. I said, look, I vote. And they're like, my students said, well, don't you think you should do more? And I was like, well, okay, well. So I went down to the local Republican meeting, looked around, saw a lot of people I knew in town, but I realized at the age of 27, I was probably the youngest in the room by about 40 years. It was an old group of people, except for some of the speakers who were running for office, and one was Mary Ellen Goodlatte, who was campaigning for her husband, Bob, who became a United States congressman. And so I started joining the Republican Party, would go to meetings, end up going to fundraisers and meeting a lot of candidates because Virginia is blessed and cursed with an election cycle every single year. And so you get to meet people, and it's pretty heady stuff when you're just a teacher. I think I was making 20 grand maybe, trying to raise a family, and then went into the family business because teaching doesn't pay much. I think we all know this. But I kept going to Republican meetings. Eventually got, nominated to be vice chairman of the committee. Okay, whatever. It's a small committee meeting. About 20 people a month would show up. You're meeting candidates and senators and governors, and it's exciting. And, you never know what's going to happen. So in 1999, during a committee meeting, this was in the fall of 99, the committee chairman goes, well, does anyone want to speak on behalf of Governor George Bush of Texas? He's running for president. And one gentleman stood up and said, I would really like to support George W. Bush, and went through the whole Bush family history, and I'm supporting him for president. And everyone said, okay, fine. Again, it's just a normal committee meeting. And the committee chairman goes, well, does anyone want to speak on behalf of John McCain? And I raised my hand rather sheepishly, kind of like, I just read Mark Salter's biography of him, and he seems like a pretty interesting guy. Definitely his own person. I like his attitude and a lot of things, and I think he might make a decent president. That's literally all I said. That was it. It was an off the cuff, just don't want to leave the man hanging there because no one else is saying anything. I just read his biography. I got a few books behind me. I do a little bit of reading, former history teacher, right? This is how crazy politics can be. The next week, true story. The next week, a newsletter comes out to the Stanton Republicans that Chris Saxman is the head of the McCain campaign for Stanton. I'm the chairman. I'm like the guy. And I was like, I'm not even supporting the guy for president, but it was like when you get picked for Little League, here's your team. You're on the Rangers, you're on the White Sox, you're on the Orioles. It didn't matter. You got your uniform, and this is your team. And I was like, okay, put me in, coach. And I was a McCain guy from there on out. And that's literally how it happened. This is 1999. A year later, not even, I'm at a fly around for the 2000 campaign. George W. Bush was the candidate for the Republicans that year, if you recall. And someone asked me, are you running for the House of Delegates? I was like, well, no, my delegate is the Speaker of the House, and I work on his campaigns, and I don't think Vance would be too interested in the primary challenge for me, and I haven't really thought about it. And she said, no, we're going to have a redistricting next year, and Stanton's going to get his own district. Are you interested? I said, I'm in. That's all it took. But the lesson I want to impart to all of you today is the importance of showing up, but also asking people to get involved. It's a very powerful expression. I often say that it's selfish to not ask for help. It's selfish to not ask for help. And along the way, I was asked to get more involved and asked to get more involved. I was asked by my students to show up and go to a committee meeting. Okay, I went. I was at a committee meeting and said, McCain's okay by me. Suddenly I'm the McCain guy. A year later, I'm running for the House of Delegates. Along the way, each time I was asked, I didn't volunteer myself up. I was simply asked. Now that was 2000 that I was asked to run for the House of Delegates in November of 2000. Ended up running in 2001, redistricted. Nomination wasn't until August. We won in November, served 8 years. Well, just 8 years after I was asked to consider running for the House of Delegates, I was the chairman of the John McCain campaign for Virginia, along with John Warner. Eventually, George Allen and Bob McDonnell joined us. John McCain called me from Iowa on the election day 2007. Will you help me? Of course, love to help you. It'd be a lot of fun. And the reason I said yes is, I like the guy. I know he's controversial. It's not the point here, but he asked. And I thought to myself, he's in the low single digits. He's in Iowa right now. What is the harm of helping a guy who won't make it to Virginia anyway in the primary process? And I'm getting to my final point. Just 8 years after I was asked to run for the House of Delegates, I gave the motion to adjourn the Republican National Convention in 2008 at John McCain's nomination. That's just 8 years of being in the House of Delegates, and I'm on national television doing that. The point is, if you show up and you're asked to help, you will never understand how far you can really go. And more importantly, what kind of an impact you can have, not just for your personal life story, which is, it's a blessing in that regard, but also the impact for your industry, the impact for your locality, the region in which you live. When good people stand up and do something and ask other people to join the cause, whatever your cause is, you can have a tremendous impact. And I have to be honest with you. The forecast for business and businesses in politics and the outcome is very different than what it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when everyone said, we believe in business growth, we believe in economic opportunity, we believe in creating more revenue from economic activity versus raising tax rates to pay for our core services. Those days, that construct is long gone. And what I am trying to impress upon you is the need for you to get involved. And I know you are, but I need you to do more, okay? Because you are up against some forces that are historic. We have seen the changes that have been coming in this nation, in this world, just with this pandemic, how things have so quickly changed. Kyle and I were talking about that before we went live here. The amount of change that was going to occur anyway in the 2020s, because the ending of the baby boomer generation in political power was beginning in this election cycle. The 2024 election will be the most important in my generation's history, just like 1992 was back for the baby boomers. It's going to set up an entire generation of leadership. And the amount of change that is going to occur is absolutely staggering. You have not seen anything yet that is going to occur, especially when it's targeted at the business community. And if your industry is not nimble enough and agile enough and focused enough and working together enough, you are in jeopardy. And you're going to go, well, that doesn't make any sense because we're the food supply. I get it. I was in that food supply business. We made bottled water. We got out of the beer business to get into bottled water. I understand business. I don't know everything about it, but I understand in a macro sense that you have a target on your back through no fault of your own, and it doesn't matter. But what you have to recognize is you have to know that target exists. And everyone who is watching this right now, virtually, if you're in your own offices, your friends who are on these committees and the board of directors, it's time to work together. And this is why I impress upon people in the lobbying community, in the trade association business, that it's no time to hold back the real reality that's happening. And I don't like it, but the challenge is here. You're being asked to get engaged. Whether you like it or not, you have to do more. You're going to have people dedicated in your business, dedicated to government and public relations, managing the flow of communications out and internal as well, external and internal communications. And I don't care how big your company is. I really don't. If it's 10 people, you need to have one whose focus is in this area. And they have to be able to work together across the entire industry throughout the Commonwealth to continually drive home your message. One of the problems we're seeing in this country today is there are so many different messages out there. There are so many different means of communication. We live in subdivisions. Our country is subdivided. We don't watch the same news broadcasts like we used to growing up. We don't watch the same television shows like we used to growing up. We don't. We see an entirely different world. I have dear friends of mine who are literally breaking up with their friends because they can't have a conversation about topics of national importance. They can't have a competing thought because they have been so driven crazy by cable news and media outlets whose sole focus, and social media, whose sole focus is to keep them in a constant state of fear and anger. That is their goal. And I know it's dire, and every time I do one of these Zooms with people, they go, "Oh well, thanks for the happy update there." This is a call to reality. People say, what should they do? And I'm like, get in the game. I mean, and swing hard. This is baseball season right now. You see the baseball hats behind me. I'm a big baseball fan, and there's some realities that your opposition isn't playing around. They're well organized. They're extremely well funded. Oh my God, are they well funded? And they mean to do you harm. And it's time to face that reality and go forward. I wish it were better, but it's not. And I'm not going to candy coat it for y'all. I wouldn't be doing my job. I would be doing my job, which is to inform the business community. Virginia Free has been around since 1988. It was formed by business leaders who were, frankly, born and raised in the Commonwealth of Virginia, who were looking out for their industry, their business's best interest, but also the Commonwealth's best interest. Today, we don't have that reality, that construct. Most people are coming into the state from, Northeast. Here, I'll give you another story. Kyle, I don't want to take up too much time here. You tell me when you got a hand up.
Yeah, I got it.
And this is very instructive. So last fall, we had parents over from our son's volleyball team. And we kept going to the game and kept seeing the same people in the stands going, I think these are parents of the team, because you live in the suburbs, you don't grow up with the same people. I didn't know them. And my wife and I said, hey, let's invite them over, the parents over. We've done this with our daughter's teams over the years, but John's teams, the boys just do it differently. I'll just leave it there. Anyway, we invite about 24 parents over, and we bring them into the house. And we quickly realized that they didn't know each other. They didn't know each other's names. And I said, Michelle, go get some name tags. So we went and got name tags. Everyone lightened up, had a few adult beverages. Conversation got louder and louder and louder. But I had put on the background on the big screen TV in the living room there, the Virginia Tech Miami game, which if you know, if you're from Virginia, that's a big game. If you're a Tech fan, that's a really big game. But what I quickly realized after everyone started loosening up and having a good time is that nobody was paying attention to the game. Not one of the 24 adults in the room was watching the Virginia Tech Miami game. If you remember this game, it was a big comeback, very close game. I think Tech ended up winning, but it was an exciting game, late comeback, fourth quarter kind of thing. And I asked them, I said, you know, can I get y'all's attention? And they're having a good time. I said, yeah. And I said, where are y'all from? Because I know you're not from here. And it's not a bad thing. I'm just curious as to where you came to suburban Virginia in Henrico County, where we lived in Short Pump. This is the Mills Godwin School District. And I knew they weren't from Virginia instinctively. And out of 24, guess how many were born in Virginia? 0. Not one, including myself and my wife. Now I said, here's a difference. How long have y'all been here in Virginia? And none of them were less than 15 years, most around the 20-year mark. So their kids, this is extraordinary from a sociological standpoint, in a political standpoint. Their kids had been in the same school district for 20 years and parents didn't know each other. Think about that. They went to the same elementary schools, the same middle schools, and the same high schools, and the parents had never met or remembered each other well enough. Could have seen their faces. Yeah, we remember them. Think about that. Think about it. And then I said, where are y'all from? And they said, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Massachusetts. And that's where they had come from. I said, why'd y'all come here? And they said, first and foremost, jobs, but also good schools. That's why they came to Virginia. That's why they stayed. Now, I doubt if many of them are going to stay here. They might. But what was imparted on me was the disconnectedness of all of the people living in the same community. And we have to understand when we talk about political realities is if you don't know each other and you're on your own and you're isolated, the ability to think cohesively as a community is destroyed. You have an opportunity, because you are so connected by your industry, to reverse that trend and have a very strong, forward-thinking political endeavor that helps your industry. And the Virginia Agribusiness Council, I can assure you, from my time in the General Assembly and since then, has an exceptional reputation of being a fair player in the game, giving the right information to legislators. And it helps us in our decision making. However, I'm going to underscore this. The people who you are up against no longer are concerned or as concerned with economic growth. They are doing things that will undermine you, and they are not dealing fairly. And Virginia politics, I'm talking about how many people have come into Virginia. Since 2005, more money comes into the Commonwealth's gubernatorial campaigns than is generated from within. This is almost a generation of political reality for both political parties, in that more money comes from outside the Commonwealth interest groups to impact our elections. Why is that? Well, Virginia is, as I said, is blessed and cursed to have an election every year. Other states don't have this. We're a lab rat for the electoral cycle throughout the world. Throughout the country. Throughout the world too. And all that's exacerbated by the fact that our legislature, the General Assembly, is the first in the country. Think about that. So you have elections, they spend a lot of money, they see what bills are put in and see what is successful, and they go try to replicate that around the country. We're a test case. Now, given the proximity of Virginia to the national media market, anything that goes on is going to be reported on a much grander scale than if it were Wyoming. No disrespect for Wyoming or South Dakota or any other state of not that significance. But Virginia is on the cutting edge. We were a swing state for a long time. We've trended blue. I do think Republicans have a chance to win back the statewide offices in 2021 if Trump loses and Joe Biden is the nominee. And we do have redistricting. There's a tremendous opportunity there. We can talk about that. But I need you to understand and focus on the large trends that are at play here, and you have a target on your back. And it's important for y'all to work together to get the right information and to row hard against these difficult waters. I wish it were sunnier days in politics for business. It's just not. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't tell you square what was happening.
So, Chris, let's get into that a little bit. We do have statewide races going on all next year. They've already started with candidates declaring on both sides. Depending on the outcome of the election, you should have 3 or 4 Democratic candidates trying to seek their nomination for governor. We've already had 2 or 3 on the Republican side declare. Give us your feel for the gubernatorial election and who do you see coming out of that and what does it mean for Virginia?
Well, currently there are 4 Democratic candidates running for governor. There are also 9 Republicans currently running for governor and 1 independent, Congressman Denver Riggleman. So you have 14 people who are running for statewide office. This is a really tremendous opportunity for the Agribusiness Council to get these candidates early and give them the message that you want repeated, because you have all these different echo chambers. They'll be running around the state going, look at me, look at me, look at me, help me out, give me votes, give me votes. Just politics, bear with it. But there's an opportunity for you to touch every single one of those 14 statewide candidates. That's just running for governor. The lieutenant governor candidates they're just as many. And there's 7 or 8, maybe 9, I think it's 9 candidates for attorney general. And that's a regulatory, consumer protection, very influential post. But the lieutenant governor, there's a ton running for lieutenant governor. Each one of those is a messaging opportunity. The difficulty is making sure that your message is so refined and so sticky that it replicates and goes off. That they all walk out of the meetings with your members, wherever they are around the state, going, oh yeah, let's not forget about that. Let's not forget about regs. Let's not forget about carbon sequestration. Let's not forget about whatever it is that you're trying to put upon them. And I would not get lost in various sundry pieces of legislation. You have to get us started at the top macro level so they start thinking in terms of we're number 1. We're the number 1 business in Virginia. That's it. We're the food supply. Okay. And they have to come, whatever you decide to come up with. But this is a tremendous opportunity given that there's 36 people currently running for statewide office. And it will be more if Joe Biden wins the presidency. And it'll be a lot less if Donald Trump is reelected. You'll probably see maybe 2 people running for governor, the Republicans. The field will evaporate. A couple will get out of the attorney general's race and a couple will get out of the lieutenant governor's race. And you'll have that field winnowed down very quickly. If Trump wins, you can see a lot more Democrats get in because of the opportunity for next year.
Let's talk about that messaging. You just hit on something that we have actually been working on, but as you noted with the shift in demographics in Virginia, messaging to certain Democratic legislators just based on where they live, legislators in general, based on the growth of the suburbs, messaging where the food comes from and making it, you and I discussed a little bit ago about messaging and making sure that they understand where their food comes from and what the consequences are of not taking care of, it's much less divided now among rural and urban legislators, and with the growth of the suburbs, completing that messaging and relating business concerns to some of these legislators that, like you said, quite frankly, just they're not as familiar with the nuances of policy. They're not as familiar with the industry. How do you think the best way to message that comes, and the best way of making sure that legislators understand the importance of the agriculture and business in general?
Well, any legislator, especially in elections, is going to worry about their constituents. And pointing out the negative impact to food prices is particularly sensitive to some of their constituencies. There are basically 3 languages in politics: liberals, conservatives, and libertarians. And it's important to put your message in language that they understand. For conservatives, it's protecting civilization by keeping the barbarians from the gate. And that's basically, conservatives believe innately, subconsciously, that they have to protect civilization from destruction, from the barbarians' invasion. And that's been well over time, not just relative to immigration issues. Liberals, on the other hand, believe in lifting the oppressed from the oppressor. That's their nugget. And libertarians are concerned about coercion of the state, of the government, being forced by the government to do something against their will. But let's focus on Democrats and language that can help you with them. And that language is relative to lifting the oppressive, what's oppressing people that would be impacted or alleviated by your industry. And that is food prices, food security, and helping people on the lower end of the economic scale move up. And that's one of the things that I think you could be very impactful with when it comes to energy prices. When energy goes up, your food costs go up. When regulations go up, your food costs go up. And you can say, look, you can pass all the bills you want to, but it's going to make an impact on the food dollar budget of your constituents. And we're looking forward to telling them that this bill did just that. And with social media, you can be very impactful very quickly and very targeted. You can go down you can geofence and build a perimeter around someone's house and bombard them with messages so that they only see. It's that technical these days, and so too is your opposition. So you need to be understanding what messages, because of the subdivisions that are occurring in our society, your messages have to be really on point to deliver what you want to do, and that is gain the attention of not just legislators going, oh yeah, we need to keep our rural areas growing. They're not from rural areas. They might be from rural areas in the states they used to live in. They don't live there anymore, let's be honest. And the days of, that about Virginia are frankly lost politically. You're just outnumbered. 50% of American voters are in the suburbs now. So what you have to do is translate to them how you help people's daily lives with food costs, food protection, the regulatory aspects to it that help people get, safe foods to eat, especially when you talk about young people, poor people. Those are areas in which I think you need to focus.
So let's talk about delivering that message, in your service of the General Assembly, now that we live in a COVID world, and how the General Assembly operates. You and I both know, being there in person, having the ability to try to influence legislators in person. This special session that is currently underway, and come January, a regular session when we do this, we might face some unprecedented times in which we are unable to meet with legislators in person, unable to testify in person, unable to perform the basic functions for which those in the government affairs community have dealt and lived with in a long time. How do you see that playing out in 2021 if the legislators do decide to do this all virtual? And what are the consequences of that? Because I think you and I both agree, this is going to be just a very crazy time to try to deal and communicate with these legislators. It's something that I certainly haven't seen, and you've got a lot more experience dealing in the General Assembly on both sides of the equation. Interested to your thoughts on the new dynamic in a COVID-19 world.
Well, as my father says, assets are liabilities and liabilities are assets. This is an opportune time to deal with the reality of not having face-to-face relationships, bumping into someone in the halls to talk about a bill or an amendment or pick things up. It's an opportunity to create systems for your organization to effectively communicate in a very efficient manner. But you have to understand the importance of doing that, the peril that you're under if you don't do this. And everyone else in the world is going to be trying to adapt to that reality. So when these candidates are coming around, this is a time to get them, because they're the ones who are going to be in the caucus meetings going, hey folks, let's not do this to agriculture. Let's not do this to the forestry industry. Let's not do this to poultry, whatever you're getting hit with. You have to be able to say, remember when you came down and you met with us and you were going to say you're going to help us out, and you kept talking about rural broadband and cha-cha-cha. That's a big talking point right now for a lot of folks, but this one's really going to impact us. And you have to get that information to not only the candidate themselves, but their staffer and their campaign people. Because they're the ones who, I mean, when I try to communicate with some of my friends to get them on my radio show, which is daily 5 to 6, you can send out the link if you want to, Kyle, so you can tune in and get a lot of candidates on there. Be more than happy to put your issues up on the deck for a lot of our guest callers. But you have to get their entire apparatus in your communication system so that, you know, I don't necessarily always call, I mean, I can call some of my friends who I served with and they'll call me right back and schedule up. But more and more, it's the campaign manager, it's the scheduler that gets you on their radar screen, because they're going in 18 different directions. Now, some legislators are old school. You can call them on their phone. You can write them a letter. You can email, and they'll respond back. But you have to have their personal email and their personal cells. And you have to take an inventory within your industry of who knows who and how quickly can you get them. And how deep is that relationship? And that's part of the developing the system that you can create to get moving on. And I can guarantee you, the more time you spend not doing it, the more time you're losing. This is going to be a short session in which you have this statewide campaign going on. You have all these nomination contests going on. So all the legislators are going to be putting in horrible bills to try to get some notice back home so people go, oh yeah, get in there and keep fighting for us. And win or lose, they're literally just putting in bills to say, here, I did this. I put a bill in, I wrote legislation like this. We're going to get in there and fight for this effort, this issue, whatever. And, you know, it can fly through the legislature and get passed, and it can die. And you have to be really on your game and get your systems in line and your relationships, key relationships, not just with people who are staffing the legislators, but also the legislative staff and the administration staff.
I couldn't agree more, and I think it's going to take a lot of prep work as well, making sure that you're as prepared as possible to deliver those messages with industry partners. It's something we've talked about with all the different associations that fly under the Agribusiness Council umbrella and all our industry partners, in which I think you're going to get one shot to deliver a message, and that messenger may change based on who has the shot, and you got to be able to deliver it and speak on behalf of the entire industry in one voice, because nobody else might get an opportunity. It's not like we can all go around hitting them all at the same time.
Here's the reality. What's going to happen if the current trends hold up, Joe Biden wins presidency, everyone under the sun that helped get him elected and have put up with, you know, with, in their terms, the hell of the last 4 years for Donald Trump and deregulation. Well, they're going to try to re-regulate everything coming out of the gate in January when the Virginia General Assembly is meeting. That's the same time all these bills are going to be filed saying, here's what all these different constituency groups around the country think should happen to agriculture. So you think of your worst case scenarios that you've seen in other states. They're coming to Virginia in January. I mean, that's just what's going to happen. All the checks that are going to be cutting, all the donations that are going to be written ahead of these primary campaigns for the nomination for these delegates, the 100 delegates and all the people who run for statewide office. They're going to be reaching out saying, hey, you know, fund my campaign. They're going to go, hey, put this bill in. And suddenly you've got all these bills that are being popped in that no one's really paying attention to and actually no one is reading, but they can be quite injurious to your industry. At the same time, you have to recognize the opportunity to do something favorable for your industry. Because if you're constantly playing defense, you have to come back a little bit of offense. You know, so if you're going to do this, we get this instead. You know, I mean, help us out on this end too. And that's unfortunately where coalition organizations can break down, because they'll piecemeal you off and go and take, you know, one group and play them against the other. So you have to be very, very concerned about that, but stick together for the good of the industry and for the good of the Commonwealth.
So one last question. You've already plugged the radio show. You beat me to it. Virginia Free Radio. You can listen to Chris daily 5 to 6. We will make sure we send the link around to all annual meeting attendees. and you really should listen. They touch on everything from politics all the way down through what is affecting businesses, what the General Assembly is debating that would affect your business. And so lastly, one of the big issues that Chris talked about quite a bit during the first 6 months of the year, and especially during this past General Assembly session, was right to work. And a lot of issues that ended up coming up this session, this past session, that dealt with business issues and shifting the Commonwealth away from being a business-friendly state. Chris, do you see those issues continuing? I know you've kind of brushed on it already. It sounds like you do see it continuing on, but how likely do you think in the next few years that stuff really gains momentum? It didn't pass this past year. It died in the Senate. Interested to hear what you think on some of those bills that affect every industry in the Commonwealth.
Well, there's a lot of them, aren't there? And here's something I never thought I would say as a former member of the House of Delegates. Thank God for the state Senate. The tension between House and the Senate is more impactful down there than Republican versus Democrat. That's just the nature of a good legislature. But the state Senate really stepped up and stopped a lot of stupid things from happening. Now, as a result, the tension will grow between those House members and the Senate members as those House members start looking towards 2023 in the Senate elections. So as we get closer to that election cycle, senators might be going, well, we can probably pass this one out, and they know it's not good, but it's good for them in their districts. And that's a longer term perspective. And one of the things that Virginia Free has been very good at over the years is making sure that the businesses are educated and informed to engage constructively the political community, and vice versa, that the political community is engaged and understands business issues. And that's really our nexus. We try to bring a lot of people to the table and have them see the entire field before them to make better decisions. We're nonpartisan, nonprofit, and we enjoy that lane. For the first time ever, though, we are going to be endorsing candidates in 2021. We haven't done that before. And one of the reasons I think the board of directors stepped up and took that direction was last year, the effort to repeal right to work in the Commonwealth was very close, too close. There was a horrible study put out by Oxfam, which is a British non-government organization, NGO, that said Virginia was the worst in the country for workers. Well, here at Virginia Free, what I do is I took apart their study, which was horrific, which a third grader could have done a better job. It was so obviously constructed to have an impact on our election cycle. This is an organization from England. Okay, put this together and ranked all the different states and what's better for workers. I did our own analysis over 10 criteria and found that Virginia is number 6 in the country for workers. Our median income is in the top 10. Our schools are in the top 5. I think our higher education is number 1. We're a safe state. I think we're number 4 in safety. We have opportunities to improve that ranking, but our work demonstrated that their work was wrong. It was intentionally wrong. It was innately a lie designed to have an impact on the elections. And so many candidates use that study to say, we're number 1 for business, but we're the worst for workers. We're the worst for workers. That's all I heard. And I was like, and I kept pushing this out there saying, no, it's a lie. It's an absolute lie, what they're saying. And the business community has got to step up and take that charge and run with it. It's not going to be done for you like it used to be. It's just not. And organizations like Virginia Agribusiness Council and other trade associations, they are inundated and overwhelmed by the demands of the job that's coming before them with all the changes that are going on. And this is where the membership has to step up and say, we are going to be there. What do we have to do? And then you're going to have to do it. And if you can't do it yourself, you're going to have to find someone in your organization that can do it, or go hire someone who will. And this is going to be a long-term play. This is changing your business models, and you have to understand that. And I can't impress upon you enough. As a former business, we have a family business of 50 people, and I was chairman of our International Trade Association for years. I was pounding the table. You have got to show up and get involved. You have got to show up and get involved. I do this. I was a legislator. If I don't hear from you and I don't see you and I don't know you, you're not there. And it's not just come into Richmond for the one for the one meeting Y'all have a great banquet. It's a highlighted session. I mean, it was great food. It's massive. It's impressive. Everyone loves it. But issues are issues and policy is a policy. And you can't show up just one time during the session and call it a day. Like, oh, we did the best we could. Went down to Richmond and showed them what we got. Because back then everyone's like, yeah, we love agriculture. Yeah, we love business. You know, we get it. We instinctively get it. We want to help. How can we help you? Let's play on offense. You are now only on defense. Only on defense. And you need a lot more resources and a lot more folks in the game. And I know Virginia Free is always here to help. We enjoy our work. We enjoy helping the business community. It's a passion of ours. Obviously, we love being nonpartisan because we're the only nonpartisan in the game. That's what our radio show is about. It's entertaining and fun and informative. It's been likened to a cross between Bill Maher, Rush Limbaugh, and Cheers. For those of you who remember the TV show Cheers, after work, you know, the guy comes into the bar. Hey, everybody. No, we have a lot of fun. But we do it to inform people and get them engaged. I hope this has been helpful to y'all. If we can do more for you, Virginia Free, we'd love to have you as a member. Agribusiness Council is a member, and because of that, we come on the air and help them out and do these things whenever we can.
Well, thank you, Chris. We're going to turn it back over live for some question and answers and get into the latest of what we see on the national level between President Trump and Vice President Biden. But thank you so much for agreeing to do this. It's always a pleasure to talk with you and catch up. I have absolutely stolen that email breaking down that study that you do, and it just proves what a great organization Virginia Free is. So thank you very much for taking the time, and we'll throw it back to live for some follow-up. Thank you again.
Go Steelers, beat the Browns.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Thank y'all.
Yeah, we saw.
We did see. Welcome back live. I'm here with Executive Director of Virginia Free, Chris Saxman. Chris, thanks for taking the time to be with us live to spend a little time answering questions.
Sure.
And in the last 2 weeks, obviously quite a bit has happened, including your Steelers just absolutely romping my Browns over a weekend ago. But politically speaking, there has been what has seemed to be an eternity in the last 2 weeks of political news coming out. Can you give us an update on where we are in the race and at looking into your crystal ball, what's going to happen before next Tuesday, in which an awful lot of decisions are going to be made?
Well, what happens at this juncture? It's great to be back with you, Kyle, and thanks for the Browns for lying down again on the job. Great stuff. Love covering that spread. Here's what happens in the last weeks of a campaign. It's the coldest, sharpest blade in the world. Either the campaigns have the money or they don't, and you start moving money around. But there's so much money available to Democratic Senate candidates and to the Biden campaign. They can spend in markets that they're really not playing in, and it looks like there's certain markets are competitive when they're really not. I think overall, Joe Biden has a substantial lead in the national polls. If you look at the Electoral College, it's far more favorable, obviously, for Donald Trump. Real Clear Politics average has, if you took out all the no toss-up states, if you said everything's determined based on the polls, where is it right now? You know, this is a high water mark for Joe Biden. It's at 311. But if you take out Pennsylvania, you're down to 291. If you take out North Carolina from the Biden column, you're down to 276. And if you take out Iowa, you're at 270. So in the Electoral College math, this is a very close election. And I don't know if the Joe Biden scandal that's brewing will have an impact because, well, frankly, the press isn't covering it. Word isn't getting out there. But one of the top Google searches right now, the Google Trends, if you plug in Kyle Shreve, if suddenly you're trending on Google searches, you'll see a big spike. What the big spike right now is, can I change my vote? From the debate last Thursday, that has really spiked. So there's something going on. I did speak with the executive director of Republican Governors Association today. He was my campaign manager in 2001. You know, obviously close enough. And I said, "What do you see?" And he's like, "Look, I have the best pollsters in the country. They're better than what you read, and we have no idea what's going to happen. There's no consensus among all the polling, and that tends to go to my." Synopsis that I've been telling people is follow the trend line here. And in America, the last several cycles, expect the unexpected. That's all I can tell you what's going to happen. But regardless, going back to my talk previous, those fundamentals haven't changed.
So regarding the Senate control, turning to Congress, any people I've seen estimates of anything for Republicans, hold on by either 51-49, somewhere around in there, to Democrats, 50-50, and then it depends on the White House. Given that with the confirmation of Judge Barrett now on the Supreme Court, do you see any of those numbers moving? And what is your prediction for?
Well, I mean, a lot of the numbers that would be moving have already voted and would have voted before Amy Coney Barrett. Like if you're a committed Biden straight line Democratic ticket voter, chances are you've already voted. The ones that are outstanding might have been motivated by this, but they might be motivated by other things. And that's the hard part about these polls, is not picking up everyone. People are sick and tired of their phones ringing. I mean, how many times is your phone ring? Just raise your hand. Me too. So you don't answer. And a lot of people are baked in, but I think the key is going to be, how are these young people looking at this election with the revelations about Hunter and Joe Biden? Because it's so counter narrative to what they're putting out there about Joe Biden being this great guy, decent guy, civil guy, and he might be doing some shady business deals with the Chinese and potentially the Russians. If you watched the interview last night on Tucker Carlson, so how it plays out, anybody's guess at this stage. But Amy Coney Barrett, I think, was a plus for Republicans, at least getting their base out and extending it into lower propensity voters.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, I think you're exactly right. I think it's going to be very, very close. And, the polling, as you said, is all over the map, especially in states that are swing states. And the spending is all over the map. By the way, any Google search involving my name is bound to be incredibly boring. So I wouldn't think I'm going to be trending anytime soon. But just one last question, as far as, you mentioned in the interview we had, issues moving forward, how you see a General Assembly session playing out if Joe Biden wins. What do you see happening if President Trump were to be reelected? How do you think that's going to affect both the General Assembly session and then the gubernatorial race?
Well, if Donald Trump wins, that's a banner day for Virginia Democrats, and they're gonna run up the score as much as they can in the General Assembly to get many things done for their agenda, because they'll be dealing with an overexcited base that will vote for anyone not the furthest away from Donald Trump, and that means a lot of incumbents are going to be in jeopardy, because the progressives in their own party are going to be going, we want more, and they already are. They're already lining up nomination fights as it is. But in the last time we spoke, probably the biggest thing that's happened in Virginia politics is that the center left, they're a left think tank, the Commonwealth Institute for Fiscal Analysis, announced a campaign for a tax increase. And they did it by putting an ad online for the campaign manager. Well, and in the ad, they say we're going to go, in the 2021 session and the 2022 session and possibly beyond. So they're looking at a long-term play at a substantial tax increase. And if you look at the Tax Foundation and how they define progressive tax increases, it's not sales tax, it's not gas tax, it's going to be income tax, corporate income tax, probably recordation fees, maybe some bank transaction fees and taxes. And I would imagine it's going to be on the scale of between $5 and $6 billion. The last major tax increase effort was in 2004 for $4 billion. I just did an inflation adjusted calculation. You're looking at about $5.5 billion rather. And that's going to change the dynamic, especially if Joe Biden wins. Democrats are going to be on the defensive, trying to push back against the tax and spending attacks by the Republicans on Democrats, especially in these swing suburban districts that heretofore have been so anti-Trump they couldn't see anything else. But when it comes to a tax bill, especially in coming out of a pandemic, I think you're going to see some possible shifts politically in the General Assembly and the election in 2021.
So I have time for one more question as we wind down. We've got some local House races going on here that are projected to be very close. Cameron Webb is running neck and neck with Bob Good in the Virginia 5th. Congresswoman Spanberger against Delegate Freitas in the 7th. Elaine Lurie against former Delegate Scott Taylor former Congressman, I'm sorry, Scott Taylor. How do you see those three House races shaping out here?
I actually see them all very close. People said that the Republicans have pulled out of Scott Taylor's race. I don't believe it. I moderated their debate last week. It was a good give and take. The Republicans are well suited to win and well positioned to win the city mayor's race in Virginia Beach. If the Republicans come home, we'll see what happens in that race. Scott Taylor won in 2016 by massive amounts. So there's a structural problem there for Elaine Lurie, who is, by all accounts, a very credible, good candidate, and has been a credible, good congresswoman. Spanberger Freitas, it looks tied. At least Nick Freitas thinks he's tied, but that should be a 3 or 4 point win for him. But if it's tied, he's underperforming. Cameron Webb's probably the most interesting one, but it's just hard putting that math together in that district. It's probably leaning towards Webb at this point, but again, it's who shows up. That was the message I gave in my talk. You got to show up. And Bob Good, the Republicans just dumped about $1 million in that race, so we'll see what that does. It's gonna be close.
Thank you so much, Chris. We appreciate you taking the time, as we said during the video, and we'll send out the link. Virginia Free, looking to becoming members. Chris hosts a radio show every day, Virginia Free Radio, 5 to 6 p.m., where you can catch up on everything going on when it comes to the business community, politics, all the way down the line. It really is. I try to listen every day to see what Chris is talking about, what's going on, and we'll make sure that I told him the other day, we need to make sure that agriculture is featured more often and find people to come on and talk about what's going on.
Absolutely. It's the #1 industry in Virginia. It's get lost in the shuffle. It's not new and trendy, but you got to feed your people, right? And that's what we love about Virginia Agribusiness Council. Always loved working with you when I was in the General Assembly. Not just the big dinner, but every day, because it's the backbone of our economy, and y'all should be real proud of what you do on a daily basis, and real proud for being a part of this organization and pushing the message forward that you have to. It's vital. It's absolutely vital.
Thank you so much. Thanks again, Chris. We're out of time, but we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us here and being our keynote speaker. Take care.
Well, you bet. Thanks for the invitation. I hope it was impactful.
Absolutely.
I hope I didn't drown them out. I hope I didn't drive them away. If they're still there, I'll be shocked. They're like, God, I want to get out of my business. Run away.
Yeah. Thank you again. This concludes the first day of our virtual annual meeting. Before we adjourn, I want to make an announcement regarding our annual legislative appreciation banquet that Chris referenced before. Unfortunately, the conditions surrounding the pandemic make it impossible for us to hold the banquet in person this year. It just is too many logistical problems, attendee problems, and financial problems to make it work. However, we are excited to announce a new kind of meeting for that first Thursday of session, Vision 2021, a virtual celebration of agribusiness in the Commonwealth. This will provide a format for you to join and celebrate agriculture, forestry, and the green industry in Virginia, and interact with policymakers at a time when, as you just heard, access to these decision makers can be difficult to achieve. We will be sending out more information at the end of this week, as well as the save the date. So please be on the lookout for that as we move toward January 2021 and the next next General Assembly session. So thank you again for joining us, and we hope you will join us tomorrow, speaking of the 2021 General Assembly session, at 9 a.m. for our Legislative Roundtable and State Policy meeting. As a reminder, the video link for today is different than tomorrow's, so if you're planning on attending tomorrow, please make sure that you use the second day link that was sent around in your email. So please check that and make sure that you are using the correct link to participate in day 2 of our annual meeting and state policy conference. I want to thank all of our sponsors again for supporting our council's efforts. And without your financial support, we can't continue to do what we do on your behalf. Thank you again for joining us on day 1 of the 2020 virtual annual meeting and conference. And we will see you all tomorrow. Thank you again.